Okay, welcome everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of the Town Council, March 10th, to order. Begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allenson.
Here.
Carmody.
Here.
Fishbein.
Here.
Laffin.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Rivard. Versace.
Here.
Tata.
Here.
Testa.
Here. Okay. Take a motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve and accept consent agenda items 3A through 3P as amended.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? It passes. Thank you. There are no items removed from consent, and now I will open the public question and answer period. Anyone from the audience? Mr. Comerford.
Bill Comerford, Broadview Drive. Last meeting, I asked about the post-tension concrete and the diagram, if that was followed. It's been 2 weeks. I don't have an answer, and I see the town engineers here. Maybe we can possibly kill two birds with one stone. I got a copy of the diagram. I got a copy of the plans. As all I'm looking to do is get a very simple answer, yes or no answer. This is what was on the plans that were submitted. I'm just confirming that this diagram number 6, was what was supposed to be followed. Yes or no? Can we get that answer?
Any question you'd have of them should go through the administration. You go through the mayor would talk to the department head, and they will respond to you accordingly. I can't call on them here to respond to a public question and answer. But I'm a little confused because you're bringing up it looks like a part of a blueprint.
Right. These.
Yeah.
These that I paid a lot of money for.
Yeah.
These. Go ahead.
So you're asking, were they followed?
Right.
Okay.
In other words, there's a picture that
I know, I saw that.
extracted from this.
Yeah.
And here's the plans. And on the plans, it says, installation shall be in accordance with, quotes, issued for construction drawings. Those don't exist. So there should be another, in my opinion, there should be another set of drawings after this that are marked issued for construction. Those would be the final drawings. But on these plans, it has a picture of that diagram, okay? And it's all I'm asking is for the simple answer is, based upon these plans that they have, and this picture, that was supposed to be followed. Simple, yes or no, that's all I want. $800,000 rests on that answer. 800 grand. I think that the taxpayers deserve a simple answer, yes or no. If it's, because this isn't the set of final plans, they could say, no, that was changed. No, we changed it, we went with something else, whatever. I've asked the administration, I've asked the engineering department, and the answer is, we have no documents responsive to your request. I'm not asking for a document. I have the picture, I have the document, I'm just asking for an answer. Yes, this was supposed to be followed. I'm very familiar with drawings. I've dealt with this for 20 years. Just a simple yes or no. She's here. Can't we get an answer? Don't we deserve an answer?
I don't, that's not our, I mean, I hate to sound like I'm passing the buck. That's not our responsibility. They don't report to us. Any questions you have of the administration of the town, how the town's been administered, how contracts have been managed, it needs to go through the mayor's office.
Okay, Mayor, how do I get the answer?
You can call and pose the question.
Pardon me?
You can call the office and pose the question.
I did.
I got an email, not a phone call.
What's the difference? You won't respond to the email that poses the same exact question.
Well, I don't have personal knowledge to answer your question.
Okay, I'll give you this. Just confirm with me by next meeting, that this was supposed to be followed. That's all I'm asking for. Please. And thank you for letting me go.
Sure.
Chairman, I appreciate it.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but apparently there's the
that's-
Chickarella, our state rep.
Hold on,
asked-
hold on. That's one question. Let's see if there's anyone else that'd like to speak, and then if there's time, you can come back again.
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Lamp today. Changing weather. Bad knees. First of all, Larry Kellogg, Yalesville section, Stetson Street. I would like to thank whoever arranged for the bridge to be cleared. I do appreciate that. My pup appreciates it. We no longer have to walk on the road. And as anybody that's walked that road before knows, it's not really a safe road to walk on. That's basically all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Comerford again.
Thank you. Apparently, State Rep Chickarella is applying for a bond to the point of $3.5 million for the historic railroad station. I don't know if you guys are aware of it. Mayor, did you actually take him down there and show him the building or anything prior to reaching out to him to try to secure those funds?
No,
And was there a reason why you wouldn't have?
I wasn't asked to.
And what is the plan with the building? If the $3.5 million comes down our way, what is the plan for it?
I'm not sure that the request is for $3.5 million. That seems to be more than I remember. But that having been said, we are working on maintaining the exterior of the building. Then we would look to potentially make the interior a white box experience so that a potential tenant would have an open opportunity to come up with its own use of the building.
Okay, so that kind of lends itself to my point. I think that the town council ought to be more in tune as to what we're asking for as far as bond money goes and what we best could be utilized for, because in my opinion, the taxpayers of the state shouldn't be footing the bill for our negligence. Now, I don't know if you guys have watched last night's planning and zoning meeting. Brothers parking lot is marked as the fourth least effectively used building, or excuse me, parcel in the state of Connecticut. And they want to come down, and there's supposed to be some funding involved with doing an assessment on this, but that's how bad it is. It's the fourth worst. Worst. So we've been sitting on our hands since we bought Brothers, never had a plan. Now the state's identifying it as the fourth worst. And now we want to dump $3.5 million into a decrepit building that's called the Historic Railroad Station that we don't have any plan for.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not absolutely positive, but I'm pretty sure that the conversation last night at the Planning and Zoning meeting was about the new parking lot at the new train station, the one that lets out on Route 5.
okay, well, that's
That's not, but thank you.
good clarification. Thank you. Anybody else? All right, well, then that's, we'll move on. Thank you very much. Item 6.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept local transportation capital improvements program funds for the rehabilitation of the Tully's Road Bridge and approve appropriation of funds in the amount of $3,466,503 to Revenue State Grant Account and to Expense Capital LOTCIP account as requested by engineering.
Second. Here's a second. Okay, Mr. Reynolds seconded. Thank you. We have our town engineer. Good evening. Just identify yourself for the record, please.
Thank you. Allison Kapuscinski, Town Engineer.
Okay, did you want to just explain what this is about?
Absolutely. I have a quick overview of the project and then into
Fantastic.
the appropriation
Great,
itself.
thanks.
So this project is the Tully's Road Bridge over the Quinnipiac River. It's located directly next to the Route 15 overpass on Tully's Road towards the Hartford Turnpike and South Turnpike side. The bridge was rated as poor on a recent inspection by the CTDOT, so it was prioritized for replacement. The project has been designed and permitted to replace the existing superstructure. The existing abutments themselves will stay in place. The construction bid was awarded to McNamee Construction for approximately $2.8 million. The work is anticipated to begin in April, with Eversource relocating their gas main. The bridge will be fully closed for the duration of construction. If everything goes smoothly, we hope to have the road reopened by winter. However, that is subject to change, as construction often does. The construction is fully funded by the state through LOTSIP, which is the Local Transportation Capital Improvement Program. For this program, the state sends the money first, so we're receiving, it's $3,466,502.40. So I'm here today to request the appropriation of that money.
Hi, good evening. So you said that it's just the bridge itself, but nothing that leads up to it or away from it, correct? So there's no other, so it's only the bridge that we're paying for here? I only ask because if you come down underneath Route 15 and then enter that bridge, that turn in and of itself, in fact, that whole intersection in and of itself is kind of a nightmare. And so I wasn't, having not thought about this, I just wasn't sure if there was ever any way that that could be somehow changed or addressed. In addition, I mean, we're putting in a nice new bridge on the other side, but to get down into that area, it's kind of hectic and crazy. And if the traffic's busy on weekends, especially with the flea market and stuff, I mean, it's, I don't know, it's dangerous in and of itself. So the bridge obviously needs to be replaced. So you said nothing to or from. So there's going to be everything else will be the same. It's just the bridge itself that's going to get fixed?
Yeah, there's a little bit of paving on each side of the bridge, but no, major reconstruction. And that area of Tully's Road is actually in North Haven. It's a tiny little corner of North Haven.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'm sorry, Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Allison. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Just wanted to talk about the plan itself, because there's a similar bridge replacement in Durham over the last year or so. Is it the intent to leave the roadway open and to close it and to put a light there? How are we going to work with the traffic?
So the bridge will be fully closed during construction.
Okay, so we're going to reroute people. So somebody who now, I'm in favor of the project. I just, people call me and say, well, what the hell's going on? Somebody who's getting off of 91 going to Redwood, how would they do that? What's the plan? 5 and then?
To Ward, to Quinnipiac.
Okay. And we have a duty of signing that, or the contractor does?
The contractor.
Okay. Similarly, someone who is at the Oakdale and would normally use Tully's Road to go to 91, how are we routing them?
So there's one signed detour route. However, this day and age, a lot of people are using Google Maps or Waze or a different traffic routing app. And so I would say if you're getting to 91, it's probably going to send you either to North Haven if you're getting, on southbound, or maybe up Route 68 if you're going northbound. But the signed detour, if you're relying on the signs, will be down to Quinnipiac, to Ward, to Route 5.
Okay. Do we know, are they going to sign to North Haven?
There won't be signs to North Haven, no. That would just be if an app. I'm thinking if you're going to New Haven, for example,
Yeah.
It might be easier just to continue down Hartford Turnpike and pick it up in North Haven.
Okay. Do we notify, Oakdale has some events that are large. I would think that this is going to impact them. Do we notify large commercial establishments that this is going on to plan accordingly?
We typically do a press release through the police department to notify people, but we could certainly reach out to them specifically.
Yeah, that's the largest one around there, because I know.
Sure.
I don't know how they couldn't be impacted by this, but thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I actually was thinking about the same thing, about hopefully there's going to be a plan in place to for our police department to take a look at this and make sure people are informed that this is going to happen. So I'm assuming the businesses on that road, they're going to be able to get to work because the
Yes,
bridge is past them,
correct,
but just you're not going to get to Hartford Turnpike.
correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone from the public? Okay. We'll take a roll call vote.
Allenson,
I'm on now as well.
Yes.
Carmody,
Yes.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Laffin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rivard,
Yes.
Versace,
Yes.
Tata,
Yes.
Testa.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alice. And I'll take a motion on number 7.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the tax assessment agreement for 55 Kondraki Lane as presented by the Law Department.
Second.
Wherever you want to go. I'm going to go over here. Okay. Are they coming up here or no?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I've provided you with the proposed agreement. It's for, as you may recall, 66 affordable units, up to 60% of the area median income. 100% of these units will be affordable. There'll be a 40-year deed restriction. The tax assessment agreement is for 18 years. During construction, it will be taxed as it normally would. During construction, the assessor taxes it as it's in progress. They do a percentage. The assessed value will be at $3.3 million, held for the 18 years, yet subject to whatever the yearly mill rate is. After the 18 years, the normal taxation will start. We included a commitment of the owners to spend at least $10 million on the renovations. The timeline is for the work to start by January 31st, 2027, to be completed with a final CO in January of 29. I did provide for you in the memo, there were 2 things that the council was interested in. One was the local employment preference. I did confirm with the Department of Housing that the funding program that is being used by the developer cannot have such a preference. I will note that from my research, preferences in housing, you have the ones that would be allowed under different circumstances. It's not simply that you impose it. You don't simply say there's going to be a preference. You have to establish what is the demographics of the area. You have to figure out who is being hurt by giving one group a preference where you don't give it to the other. You need to make sure that those are not protected classes. That creates a problem. And I did look even at the HUD website. This is not a HUD project, but I wanted to get some information, excuse me, on how these things are done. For example, certain programs, you could have a residency preference, but it requires the property owner to come up with a plan, do a study, figure out who would qualify but not know about it, and how you target people who would qualify but they're not going to know about it. It then goes to HUD. HUD has to approve it. So the DOH, Department of Housing, does not recommend them because you really run the risk of running afoul of the fair housing laws. So, but for this project, that program, you cannot have a local workforce preference. Regarding, there was some interest in the Connecticut responsible contracting policy being applicable, it's not applicable under these programs. So the developer has indicated they'll comply with the labor requirements of the funding programs that they're going to be qualifying for. So that's an overview of the agreement at this point.
Thank you very much. Anyone on the council? Okay, Councilor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious about the language. So it says up to 60% or 60% is the threshold, but we were presented a breakdown of how it was going to work by unit and so forth. Will that remain intact, given that this is what we're agreeing to?
Well, you agree, they can speak, they're here, they can speak to what their program is. It's up to 60%.
No, I recall the details. I'm
division?
just asking if the division of the details with regard to 50% median, 60% median, broken down by bedroom size and loft and all that, if that remains intact with this agreement.
Steve Caprio, Honeycomb Real Estate Partners. Yes, that will stay intact, and that will be part of the LoRa that's placed on. It'll list those unit types and the AMI levels. But yes, what you saw will remain intact.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that one didn't, thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Rosacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question about the difference between what's required for the responsible contracting, which you said is not applicable here, but what they would be responsible for, and what the difference is in the two, and is there a lot of difference, and can we add language that makes sure that responsible contracting is adhered to?
They'll have to address what their funding programs require them to do. This is not something that's covered by the responsible contract. I didn't do a comparison to what they're doing, so I'm not sure what it is their programs are going to require.
So I can speak to what's required. So as part of this program, we are required, our GC will be bidding out the project. We'll also be required to follow CHRO, which is MBE, SBE. So CHRO policy will be followed. There's also an affirmative action plan that has to get filed with the state, so DOH and CHFA. And then we're responsible for all local and state guidelines as far as contracting and, full bond on the property. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. We already discussed the project at our last meeting, so I don't want to rehash all of that. But so before us tonight is the tax abatement. So I just want to just let everyone know my take on the tax abatement part. So we just had a very large tax increase on the residential side in this current budget year. And now before us is an ask that the taxpayers contribute for a minimum of 18 years to a for-profit business. If this project could occur without a taxpayer subsidy, I would not object. But I've always, and especially now in these trying financial times, have had a very difficult time supporting tax breaks to the point where I will most likely never support any that come before us. So I will not be supporting this tonight due to the tax abatement portion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was an exchange a little while ago with Councilor Reynolds about representations as to the unit descriptions. And can you just be clear, what is the representation here tonight as to how many units of this, how many units of that?
Let me pull out my phone so I don't get it wrong, if that's okay.
I got no problem with that.
All right, thank you.
Rather have accuracy than you just winging it.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. All right, sorry about that. Okay, there will be 2 studios at 50% AMI. There will be 8 studios at 60% AMI. There will be 10 one-bedroom apartments at 50% AMI. There will be 38 one-bedroom apartments at 60% AMI. There will be 2 two-bedroom apartments at 50% AMI. And there will be 6 two-bedroom apartments at 60% AMI.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I question why it's not in the contract.
We would not have an issue with it being in there. We just put the language up to 60%.
Yeah, I appreciate that, you know, because we've run into this situation. I mean, I've been up here a long time, right? And we've gotten into, you know, we get into a contract, there's representation, it's not in the document, people get fired, people lose another job, and it's like, well, you represented this, but it's not in the document, therefore it's not part of the contract. So
We would take no issue adding
You
it.
can add it as an attachment. I have the chart here.
that would be helpful for those that are, you know, obviously there's termination language in here. And I think the termination language is tied to representations as to units. You know, I think that's important here.
Councilor Fishbein, Louis Brown on behalf of Honeycomb as well, and we agree with you. One other thing, and we, as Steve said, we don't mind putting it into this agreement. There will be, on the land records, our regulatory agreement, our land use restriction agreement for 40 years, which will articulate those restrictions as well, just so that you know.
And is that a document that, obviously it's not before us tonight,
No.
but is that a document that the administration signs as part of the whole package, or is that such something that you do unilaterally?
No, we do that with the state, our funding source, Department of Housing and CHFA. It gets recorded on the land records, which is obviously a local recordation. But we're happy to reference that and specifically articulate it within the four corners of this agreement as well.
Okay. Now, what's the status of the project itself with regard to planning and zoning?
Yes, so the project was fully entitled prior, and I believe everything has been received by planning and zoning, except we have to submit for our building permit. And recently, the engineer sent in a letter to inland wetlands because all that work that was done by the current owner was completed.
So has planning and zoning approved this plan?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so have they, and I'm almost sure, I don't think there's a sidewalk along that area of Caneschi. I think it, in fact, I think it ends just before this land. Did they require a sidewalk?
I would have to check. I do not believe there's a sidewalk shown on the plan out front. Because it is the existing building, so the plan is really just to convert the existing structure into apartments.
Yeah, I know, but I also know that our plan of conservation and development talks about having a walkable town.
Right.
So it's these kinds of developments that are usually our opportunity through planning and zoning to make it a contingency of the plan that there's a sidewalk. And as I said, I might be wrong about there being, but I know when I was doing doors this past time, I'm almost positive I had to walk in the road when I was going in front of that. So I'm a little surprised, concerned if that was not a contingency. Was a traffic study done for this project? Because I know it's right by that intersection.
We're not the group that submitted for site plan approval, so I can't speak to if they did a traffic study.
Okay. I mean, I thank you for coming and, you know, presenting and all of that stuff. I think the package itself, I have to align myself with the opposition by Councilor Tata on this, but I do appreciate the good faith and the trying to work together, and I hope, you know, there's that addendum that we've talked about as part of this so that, you know, down the road, something could be enforced.
I mean, the agreement does the deed restrictions that are going on the land records, they do have to provide that to us. So, but we'll add that, the schedule as an attachment to the agreement.
And Councilor Fishbein, good news, there is a sidewalk out front. I just checked.
I couldn't hear you.
There is a sidewalk out front. I just checked the
Okay.
full length.
Okay, cool.
So we're set on that.
That's great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Before we go on, should we just amend the motion to reference with the attached schedules as discussed?
Yes.
How about that language? Is that acceptable, Counselor
Yes.
Carmody? Second?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been amended to include, this agreement will include the housing schedule that we've seen in the past. Anyone else on the council? Yes, Counselor Versace.
Thank you guys for coming again. I know that this site has been vacant for quite some time. And the way that I view this is it's a policy tool for us to help deal with the need for affordable housing in town. I think it's extremely important. We are still growing our tax base because it has been sitting empty. And without this abatement, I believe that you stated last time you wouldn't be able to build this project. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So affordable housing, I keep wanting to repeat what affordable housing is. There are teachers, police officers, firemen in their starting salaries that cannot afford to live in this town. That is what affordable housing is for. And I 100% support this. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to our town and offering to do this project. I think it is a wonderful thing for our town. And I hope that there's more police officers, teachers, and firemen that can now stay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on
Chairman
the
Testa,
council?
if you-
Anyone
Chairman
from the
Testa,
public
if
like
you
to?
can hear me. Chairman Testa,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor Rivard, you even sent me a message. I apologize.
That's okay. It's a little bit strange in teams from another country here. Hey, good to see everyone again. Hopefully, I don't know if you can see me or not, but thank you for coming back. And thank you, Attorney Smalls, for looking into the local preference, at least getting a determination on that. It feels a little bit unfortunate because we are trying to address as directly as possible the populations. I'd say that, Melanie, Councilor Rosacci outlined clearly there. I guess two questions for the developer in that context. One, do you have any experience with laying out that type of an approach? I know the Department of Housing doesn't recommend it, but have you done one of those studies to show that you've got a balanced population in any of your projects in the past? And is it something you would consider here? And if not, assuming not, what's your rollout plan to try to at least assure that the target populations are well notified, along with the rest of the public? And do you have any thoughts on how you'll do that?
Thank you for the question. So because fair housing really does not allow for this, we have not done that before for the local preference. However, your second question, I think I can be more helpful on. We like to keep everybody updated and engaged. We always welcome folks to reach out to Louis and I directly or the rest of our team for when our leasing starts. We also will have a website built well prior to our opening, and around 4 to 5 months before we would be open, we'll start expecting opening for leasing an X date. And then about 3 months before we're open, we will open up leasing. So we try to get plenty of the word out there. We've also done things where we've gone to downtown areas before in other towns we've worked in, and we've dropped off flyers at various businesses, at schools if we could, at the kind of town hall, to let folks know that may not have access to the internet what's coming down the pike and when we're looking to start lease up. And then the way it is, it's first come, first serve on the website. So the day that it opens, someone would be able to log in and they could put down a pretty nominal deposit, like $50 to $100, to reserve a unit, and then they can go through the process of qualifying just like any apartment building would, with background check and all that comes along with it. So in that way, we can keep the town updated on when we'll be able to start leasing.
Thank you. And I guess in that vein, I would just request that when you do get the site notification up, that flyers and materials be posted and shared at, senior center, schools through the administration of the schools, fire department and police department postings, if possible.
Yeah, we'd be happy to supply you guys with everything for that.
Thank you.
Good, Counselor. All set? Yeah, I was going to
Yes.
just follow up that by asking, as a good faith gesture, when you're ready, if you could let us know, you fire off an email to me. That way we can even, start announcing it to the public that this is going on and get a jump start for the residents.
Absolutely, we
and
would
all
love to do
within
that.
following the law. That's great. Anyone else on the council? Anyone from afar? Okay, and now for the public, please. Yes. I'm sorry. Whoever, yeah. Just please give us your name before you speak.
Sure. Hi, I'm Richard Partisano, 303 Highland Avenue, west end of town. I just want to start by saying that I am a strong affordable housing advocate, okay? But I'm also a taxpayer. So there's a balance here, okay? So I guess the question that I have in my mind is, okay, so there's a tax abatement, or call it what you want here, that's being discussed. And there's, was it 66 units, I believe it is, that we're talking about? All right, do we have a break, just a peanut butter spread, what the abatement revenue portion is by unit? It's just spread over the 66 units. And also, has there been any type of a cost-benefit analysis done here where we can say, yes, I mean, the town is giving up X number of dollars as a tax abatement, but we're getting back Y, and Y is greater than X. So it's a net gain. So, I mean, it's a generic question that I'm asking here, but that's where I'm, trying to get at.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, too, just so people understand. It's a tax fixing agreement. So what's happening is their tax, the value of the property is going to be fixed. They're going to be taxed at the full mill rate at that value. And then for the 18 years, though, it's not going to increase with property value increasing. That's the fixing. So if we wanted to call it an abatement or a tax break of any sort, that's what we're really talking about. That they're going to pay full taxes in the beginning.
Okay.
Right? They're going to pay whatever the value is, $3.3 million at the current mill rate. But that's going to be fixed. So as the values increase over time, we're not going to be increasing their taxes for that time frame. And I do believe I don't have it in front of me, I'm afraid, but we did have an idea of what the tax bill would be and what would be, I guess, for lack of a better term, given up over those 18 years if values went up the typical way, X% per year. And I know we looked at that. Does anybody by chance have that? I think Councilor Versace had a good analysis of that. Would you mind? We'll get you that answer. As far as a cost-benefit analysis, I think it's less a dollar value type analysis as much as thinking about, I look at it as a public-private partnership type of thing. The town, I mean, we've been talking about trying to increase the housing stock, the affordable housing stock. And it's been made clear to us, not only in this application, but in other agreements we've been asked to consider, that the financing for projects of different types, in some cases, are contingent on trying to nail down fixed costs for a long period of time. And taxes are one thing in which you can't necessarily predict specifically. Mm-hmm. But one thing they're doing is they're committing to a fixing, if you will, of the rents for a certain, based on a certain formula. So in order to get the financing, they've got to be able to demonstrate that this is economically feasible over the long term. And the tax fixing agreement is one way we can participate in seeing that the project gets done. That's personally only my opinion on that. But I don't know if we could say it's going to bring X dollars to the town on top of the tax bill they're going to be paying
No, I
every year.
understand that. I mean, the point I'm trying to make is,
Right.
at the end of the day, or at the end of the time period that we're talking about, maybe you can't talk strictly in dollars and cents, but is it a net gain for the city? It could be economically, increasing the housing stock. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Okay, there are some notes here. So, at $3.2 million assessed value and the current mill rate, the property taxes will be $77,185, broken out by unit, $1,169.
Okay.
And that's going to be fixed.
Gotcha.
So I think if we said, all right, well, what if, we don't know what our mill rate's going to be down the road, but what if values went up by 2% a year, you could kind of assume
Right.
that the taxes would go up
Gotcha.
comparably. And, I mean, we could do the math. Over 18 years, how much does that come to? And does that counterbalance the benefit of having the housing there for hopefully our younger people, our seniors, our young professionals, and so on and so forth? Normally, question and answer doesn't involve everybody, but I know Councilor Versace's got some good background on this, so I would welcome her input to your question.
So we have 1.43 million in taxes with abatement, 1.96 million without abatement. So over the 18 years, the deferred revenue is about, it's 525,000 over the 18 years.
Okay. Okay, just.
Councilor
like I said,
Testa,
I am an affordable housing advocate, so, that's where I'm coming from.
Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Those numbers, though, do not take into account the mill rate change. So if the mill rate goes down drastically, as it did this year, they would benefit from that. So those numbers are only reflective of the current mill rate. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Sure.
And if it goes up, conversely, we're also subject to that as well. Right? So if we're going to look at the downside, there's also the upside.
Yeah, no, I wasn't arguing that part. I just wanted to make sure we have all the info. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I
go
would
ahead.
say that that's correct. It's $29,166 per year based on the current rate.
Based on the current, right. Well, naturally, if the mill rate goes down, everybody's taxes would,
Mr. Chairman,
depends. Yes,
I just wanted to point out, too, that this agreement is 18 years. The property is restricted for affordable, 100% affordable housing for 40 years, just so everybody's reminded of that.
right. Okay.
Councilor
Yes.
Testa, if I might just add
Councilor
one
Rivard,
other
yes.
thing. At least as I view this, all the numbers agree with all those, and I think maybe it was Councilor Versace or someone else alluded to it. The other aspect of this in my mind is this is going to provide development to that property. This is going to get that property moving, and to, Attorney Small's comment, after the 18 years, this is back in normal modus operandi, and at the same time, we have also provided an opportunity for people who otherwise wouldn't have one. And so I think if we can, take a long view on this, which is hard, because taxes today are very difficult, but we're not giving anything up here. In the short run, we're gaining, and then in the long run, we're really gaining and helping the residents. So I think I would just ask everybody to kind of try to take a step back and take that big picture view. That's what I'm trying to do when I cast my vote this evening. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to remind everybody that while I asked Councilor Rosacci to chime in because she had good information for that particular question. We're in the public section right now, and it'll come back to the council after the public has a chance to question and speak. Yes, sir.
Everybody, my name's Bill Lennon. I live at 65 Kondraki Lane. I literally not only abut, but look right out my back windows at this facility. I was at as many meetings for the zoning as I could come to with my work commitments, but it was originally 71 units, and now you're going to do 66. And parking's still going to work out. Fire department access is all going to be the same. I want to thank you for the previous owners who did that work and what I considered a dam with two inadequate holes through the bottom of it, because the creek has seriously changed its behavior for the better on my side of the bridge. But I've had no notice of this until 20 minutes before this meeting started tonight. My neighbor said, hey, something just went out through People Power, and there's no notice that this is even going on and I'm on a butter. So I come into this cold, I don't have any information. You guys are, I guess, gonna do a private public subsidy program to help get this launched for what I consider a good goal, affordable housing. The big fear last zoning period before approval was bus stops, HUD, Section 8, it's going to ruin the neighborhood. Our taxes just went up. What's going to happen to us? Kind of like a, not in my backyard, but more just like general fear and apprehension of change. They did do a traffic study, and it did come out in the favor of the developer, even though a lot of people were worried that the schools were going to be getting more crowded with traffic. Now you're going to introduce 71 families driving and walking and doing what they have to do to get to and fro. And I guess all those concerns got passed, but one of the things that really got me was you guys then went to a special secondary zoning to get the approval for a roof and 71 individual air conditioning and heating units on top of the existing flat roof. And you did some math voodoo to say that, yes, we can add a 4th story, but it's still technically a 3-story building because they want to put a roof over the heating and air conditioning units. And that got passed. But then those people, I guess, sold, and now there's new folks. Don't know who you are, never heard of you. I felt really bad. All the windows got busted out the other night. But, you know, I'm not here to, like, rag on the project. My lack of information just really is, to me, stunning. Am I not paying attention in the right places? Are there going to be any letters sent out to the abutters that this is getting rezoned as a tax-deferred entity, and all the approval, I guess, is already, it's a done deal, and then, you know, money talks and BS walks? Is that this kind of setup right now? Or, and mostly, I'm just not, it's an uneasy feeling because of my own, you know, lack of information from my town, which just raised my taxes a year ago. And, you know, I know my taxes are going to keep going up over the next 18 years if I'm still alive. I don't expect them to go down. I really don't. I pay for the services I get. Outside of having my mailbox wiped out by the plow this year, they said they're going to fix it, and we still got a lot of snow on the ground, so I'm patient. But I just want to thank you for your time. I don't want to see the town get hurt. I don't want to see my neighborhood get hurt. And the lack of notice is, to me, stunning. So it just, to me, looks like no transparency, just a done deal. Thank you for listening.
I appreciate your concerns and your feelings. We don't, see, we're not approving the project as a zoning board. They've gone through all of that. We don't typically send out notices to what we're going to be voting on other than our agenda. That's how it happens. So, and we've discussed this at a couple of meetings where we had this presented to us, the proposal was presented. There's been a lot of public discussion of it. But as far as notifying, abutting property owners of things that are going on, that's a function of the zoning boards that approve these projects. We're in the position where, because we're the council, and we have to approve anything having to do with the money going in and out of the town, we've been asked to approve this tax fixing agreement. We're not approving the plans, technically. We're not approving the project. We're not approving the roof. That's not us. And I just wanted to clarify that. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hi, Jeff Cohan. Again, I'll be speaking as the Vice Chair of Planning and Zoning. And I appreciate your comments, and I'm going to add on to your comments. And you did mention a traffic study, and to Mr. Fishbein's question, yes, we did a traffic study, and there's not going to be any impacts. I guess my big concern here is the fact that we approved this project for a different applicant. I voted in favor of it. I think it's a great project. When we heard about the change in ownership, the first question I asked was, should this come back before planning and zoning? And in my humble opinion, because of the number of conditions of approval that we had in place, the reduction in number of units, I feel that it should have come back before us. It's kind of an unprecedented event where we approve something to a particular owner and then a new owner comes in. I don't think I've experienced that before in my 13, 14 years on planning and zoning. So, we've got a couple of attorneys here. So I think that question needs to be legally answered. And I'll speak frankly, there's a number of conditions of approval, and I don't know if you folks have seen the approved plan and read through it carefully. There's a number of issues that, we require for, you building this. It's parking, landscaping, where are you going to put the snow? And, there were quite a few other issues. And, the original applicant agreed to those. So at this point, you have to agree to it, unless you come back before us with, another plan. So again, in my opinion, this probably should have come back before us.
If I may, so the approval runs with the land that was done. So the developer doesn't necessarily matter. This happens in towns all across Connecticut. This is not the first time this has happened. This happens all the time when a new developer will step in. Part of that, though, is that you have to abide by the approval. So we have to follow every condition that's on there. We're doing 66 units because we are not adding on top of the roof. Per the other question, we did not think that was a good idea. We also didn't think it was good for the neighborhood, so that fourth story not happening. So we are sticking with the approval that was given. The only thing that is changing in this whole thing is the demographic of the folks that will be living there, because this will be a 100% affordable project. I don't believe that was how it was presented to begin with. But outside of that, this happens all the time, every day of the week, that there'd be a different developer taking a approved site plan and building it.
Okay, as long as, you're agreeing to all those conditions, and quite frankly, the commission was not aware that, the rooftop was being altered, and I don't think that would matter to us for, a decision. So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just
Yes, of course.
I just want to say that, the commission wouldn't necessarily know about a transfer in title because it's post-approval. So people go to planning and zoning, get their plans approved, and then they sell it. So, but that wouldn't be something, to say you've not seen it in 14 years, you wouldn't expect you to because it all occurs after the fact. And I would actually note that the current state of Connecticut law, if I'm not mistaken, has now decided that converting nursing homes into residential housing is now as of right. So.
Is what?
As of right,
Oh,
meaning it can't be denied at this point in time.
Okay.
I'm good. Janice just made the comment I was going to make.
All right. Look at that. She's a mind reader.
Good, I'm glad.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Again, Larry Kellogg, Stetson Street. What's your estimated rate of return over the 18 years based on this abatement?
So as affordable housing developers, we don't really operate under that sort of return. We actually, we have an institutional investor, in this case it's a bank, a local bank, that takes the lion's share of the economics. We as developers don't use an internal rate of return.
So what's your bank that you're using's rate of return?
Well, I'm not the bank, we're the developer, so I can't answer that question.
I assume you're getting the money from the bank, correct?
Yeah, so they get, this is a public-private partnership. The IRS rule that it operates under has been around since 1986. It was actually rolled out in the Reagan administration under the Reagan tax bill. And as recently as last summer under the Trump administration, this program was expanded. It's referred to as IRS Section 42 of the code, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. And in essence, what it is the bank gets tax credits for investing in affordable housing as a part of their Community Reinvestment Act requirement. So the regulators require banks to invest in communities where they do business, and one of the ways that they satisfy that regulatory requirement is through the investment in affordable housing.
So what you're saying is you're not going to get any return at all as the developer?
Well, by law, and by state regulations, we're entitled to a developer fee.
Okay, what is that fee then?
It's a calculation that's based on the total development costs.
Okay, what's
We
the total?
Excuse me,
I heard
but
the
Mr.
total
Kellogg,
development cost is
I
$10
think
million.
I don't even know if that's an appropriate question to be asking and expecting an answer to.
You're asking seniors, which represent, as of the 23 report that I read online, which is 36% of your tax base, you're asking the seniors to accept basically a raise in our taxes to give them a break. So when I ask for the rate of return, or
May
I
I answer?
assume it's $500 million, $500,000 roughly over 18 years that you're asking the taxpayers to foot. Is that correct?
That's not entirely correct, the $500,000. That's running out just at a straight line valuation, saying every year taxes go up in either direction. The way that these tax credit programs work is every year our rents get capped. If the AMI of the area goes down, our rents go down that year, but our expenses don't necessarily go down. So by having a tax fixing agreement, we've at least fixed one expense so we know over time what it would be. But there is a very real possibility that somewhere down the road that your expenses have grown and your rents have went down.
Last year, as an example, the rents went down.
So when we give that valuation, that's not taking into account that at market rate taxes, there could be a point in time where rents have went down so far that someone comes in for a reval and they paid $50,000 this year. In 15 years, they're looking to pay $40,000 because the value of the property is based on a cap rate and a value approach. It's not based on an estimate for replacement cost. So there's a very real chance that in 15 years, a building could be worth less than it is now in the affordable world.
Okay. Just one more question, real quick. You said rents and Wallingford have gone down?
New Haven, it's based on the
Oh,
county.
New Haven.
No, excuse me, it's based on the county. So New Haven
Over New
County-
Haven total, the rents have gone down.
New Haven County, the statutory rents went
Okay.
down last year.
I believe also you said you did something in West Hartford. Did those rents go down?
That's Hartford County, they went up.
They went up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll bring it back to the council. Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After that exchange, I guess the question is for Janice. When, I'm looking at paragraph 4, or section 4, it says fixed assessment period. When specifically is the 18 years supposed to start?
It starts with the first grand list following the issuance of the final CO. So we're not going to do it mid-tax year. It's going to go to the next one.
Okay, so the grand list becomes effective essentially July 1, right? It's issued prior there too,
Right.
right? But it's effective, it's actually used on July 1 of the particular year.
Well, you need to be setting the valuation. Let me think about that for a second. All right, question on the grand list. It would be it's going to be on for the grand list, so it's going to be the October 1st. So if you finish the project in April, the next grand list is October 1st, so that's when the assessment value is set.
Okay. I don't glean that from this.
I did work with the assessor's office on coming up with the language.
Okay. But I still don't glean that from this, right?
Okay.
It clearly doesn't say
Want me
that.
to insert an example into the agreement?
Just say October 1 of the year after they get the CO, right?
Well, that is the same thing, but okay.
Yeah, but this doesn't.
Okay, so after grand list, I'm going to put in parentheses October 1st.
Okay, and
Okay.
then if we're able to ascertain when it starts, then it would end on November, 30, September, April, June, and November. November 30, 18 years later, right? That's normal, natural, it's 18 years. Because on arrears, you do charge taxes on a daily basis on arrears, right? So there is a tax due for each day that goes by. So you can't just deal with chunks.
Okay, we're talking about when we're establishing the assessed value of the property. So
Well,
it
the way
starts.
The
go
way
ahead.
I read this, the assessed value is it doesn't matter what their investment is, the assessed value is 3.3.
Correct.
Right?
That's the
So
purpose.
that's baked in here, which begs another question. You know, when we're dealing with taxes, we deal with fair market value and assessed
This
value.
is assessed value.
So it's like a 70%,
Yes.
right? So essentially, just for the record, if you take this number, 3,300,000, and you divide it by 7 and times it by 3, or times it by 10.
No.
3
The
million.
assessed value's already been, that's the 70%.
Yeah, but.
Don't
but the-
divide by
but
0.7.
No, I'm giving you the fair market value, though, because
Oh,
that's
yeah.
usually what's relevant. So if we take 3.3 divided by 7 is 471, and then we times that by 10. So the agreement is in effect saying that the fair market value of the property is 4,714,285.
If you did the math right, yes.
Yeah, that's the calculation.
This is the assessed value, 70% of the fair market value.
Yeah, so a lot of times up here when we're talking about, agreements,
Right.
assessments, We're
Yeah.
talking fair market value, we're talking assessed value. So,
Normally, yeah, a tax appeal, we talk about fair market value,
yeah, so
or I do anyway.
that's the apples to apples approach here, is the 4.7. But just so that everybody understands, I mean, I'm sure everybody up here understands, but so the public understands, we're fixing the 3.3, they're going to put at least $10 million into this project, and you could naturally assume that that will increase the fair market value by at least 10 million, but we
Well,
aren't.
except for the fact that it's restricted to this affordability for 40 years. So, I mean, you've got to look at,
Agreed.
you're talking about outside of this, what they're actually going to be doing.
Yeah, because as part of the fair market value would be the reasonable rental and all
That's
of that
correct.
stuff. And because it's a reduced rental, it's going to knock the number down a bit.
For 40 years.
But yeah, for 40 years. So that's the analysis in effect. Okay. Thank you, and thank you for that exchange. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I will call for a roll call vote.
Allenson,
Sorry, I have trouble with the mute. Yes.
Carmody,
Yes.
Fishbein,
No.
Laffin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Brevard,
Yes.
Versace,
Yes.
Tata,
No.
Testa.
I vote yes. Motion passes. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Stay in touch. Okay. Item number 8, please.
I make a motion to approve a bid waiver to authorize an agreement with Revised Software Systems for the comprehensive redesign and modernization of the Town of Wallingford's website.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. I made up a word as well. And this is from the mayor's office, and we have Mr. Crouch. You can identify yourself.
Don Crouch, Economic Development Specialist.
Thank you.
I'll just give a quick little opening.
Thank you.
The town's website serves as both a critical public service delivery platform and a primary communication and economic development tool. Modernization is necessary to strengthen ADA compliance, improve operational efficiency, enhance cybersecurity protections, and provide a more user-friendly and accessible experience for residents, businesses, and visitors. To give you a little bit on the timeline, early 2025, the Economic Development Office started researching microsites to attract businesses and promote the town worldwide. During that review process, we realized that the Department of Justice ADA digital accessibility standards have to be met by April 26, 2027. So the process shifted to looking at vendors who work exclusively with government entities to ensure ADA compliance. Product demonstrations for town departments were held to ensure the selected platform would meet operational, technical, and service delivery needs across the organization. The three main GovTech vendors included Civic Plus, Granicus, and Revise. The 5-year cost ranged from $79,000 to just shy of $300,000. Revise represented the lowest total 5-year cost among the evaluated vendors while meeting the town's functional and compliance requirements. We're looking at Revise Software Solutions. They currently serve more than 3,000 government clients nationwide, have extensive Connecticut municipal experience, including Southington, North Haven, Fairfield, Greenwich, among others. They have a specialized government platform, integrated ADA and compliance tools, demonstrated department fit, cost advantage, and long-term stability.
Thank you. Does the administration have anything they'd want to offer at this point, or let us go on?
Thank you. Mr. Crouch did a very good job of summarizing how we get here. Really, when this became somewhat mission critical. It was the realization that we had ADA requirements to comply with federal law. So I want to thank him and his partners in this research that have gotten us to the point where we are tonight. And I ask the council to look favorable on the request. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilor Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Good evening, Don. Nice to see you again. I'm trying to figure out how we got here logistically. So I would expect a need is identified. You probably worked with IT on some integral things that were necessary. A bid document was put out, goes out to the public.
Did not, that's why we're looking for a bid waiver.
Okay.
So we didn't write an RFP. I mean, to write all the specs, we really looked at it. To be able to write all the specs, get that detailed, go out to bid, and actually complete it by April of 2027, that's where we realized it was cutting it really close.
So what we have before us is representations as to what we believe would be the result if we put out a bid document.
Correct. These are kind of the three national government technology companies that work solely with municipal clients, government clients, I should say.
And didn't we have to put specs together to get them so that we had this bid, so to speak, information?
I don't know if you'd call it a bid document. I mean, it was more functionality, use, and does it check the boxes?
Yeah, but in order to get numbers, you have to say, this is what we're looking for.
Oh, okay.
What would it cost? So you had to put specs together.
No, so really, most of these platforms, they're all based on either, the pricing's based on either population. Few of them, depending on the size of Wallingford, they were able to just give us a quote. Like in the sense of Revise, they're like, here's our implementation fee, here's our yearly fees. I mean, they almost have it down to a science. So we're not going out to bid for a custom product. It might be a custom design, so on the front end it looks custom, but on the back end with the engine, like if it was a car, the engine is all the same. So everybody's driving a Honda, but the color might be different on the front side of it.
No, I got that, but we have a purchasing ordinance, and part of the, years ago I was involved in rewriting the purchasing ordinance, and I mean, part of the purchasing ordinance is to try and save the taxpayers money. So what we have essentially before us is don't require us to use the purchasing ordinance, award it to what we think is going to be the low bidder, even though we haven't followed the statute or the ordinance. That's essentially what's before us, right?
Well, a bid waiver, yeah, usually it's, technologies it's the same with SmartGov, with the online permitting system. It was the same thing. It was based on function, not just price. We're not buying widgets and pencils. So, and most of it was the timeline, so that's why we came for a bid waiver and not go through the standard bid process, RFP process.
So let's talk about the timeline. When did you identify a need?
Depends on the timeline. So the Economic Development Office, we started looking just internally, just for ourselves, to have a website, a microsite that promoted the town, business expansion, recruitment, more as a marketing tool and not necessarily for the rest of the town. The more we talked to IT and then got guidance through the ADA coordinator about the Department of Justice, then time was more of a, there's a few factors also. Then our director of IT left. So some of it got picked up a little bit later as well.
So when did we identify a need?
The Economic Development Office looked at a need early on. We felt we had.
What's early on? 10 years ago? 5 years?
Well, I've only been here almost 3 years, so.
No, I know.
It was early 2005 when the Economic Development Office started looking at just a microsite versus the townwide. I believe the last town website was updated in 2019.
So over a year ago, I mean, the letter says research and evaluation of website vendors began in February 2025. So I think I can reasonably, and it's exactly what you said, early 2025. So why wouldn't we have put together a bid document then?
I think at first we were trying to get some bid numbers just to see if we could put it into last year's budget. We all know kind of where last year's budget went. So that, from just a funding standpoint, we knew that wasn't going to be part of the solution. It kind of reappeared late in 2025. Director of IT had left. There's money in the IT budget to help support this. And then with knowing about the ADA compliance, it kind of ramped back up in the last couple months. So I wouldn't say it wasn't an everyday, let's look at this since February 2025. It's been an on and off kind of project that we've been reviewing.
And what are the 2027 ADA compliance obligations? So we've got almost a year until 2027. So do you know what those requirements are? Like the larger ones? I would expect it's access for disabled individuals.
Exactly. You have font size, colors, text readability. Some of the Revise has a new part of their software where you could download the website page. It will translate it into audio, and then you hit play on your phone, listen to the page. Also, there's you could translate in over 30 languages. So those are just a few of the ADA components. Also, scan this page, scans a website, shows whether there's ADA errors, read the text, it will highlight text, read specific sanctions, the language converter, color adjustments, summarize pages to be concise, digestible descriptions, download audio, predefined profile selections for visual impaired, ADHD friendly, dyslexia, cognitive disability, just font, text size, line height, text spacing, big cursor, screen mask, ruler options, highlight tiles, links, etc. Also, with the ADA compliance, the PDFs also have to be translated. So right now, all our backups that go into the PDFs will all have to be able to be read by an accessibility reader, which currently our system is not capable of handling those ADA compliance issues.
So at some point, someone said, hey, let's try and do this without following the process. And
I don't think anybody raised their hand and said, let's not go along with the process.
I didn't hear that.
I said, I don't think anybody raised their hand and said, we're not going to follow the process. I think that's just how it happened.
Okay, but I would expect that people in town hall are busy. At some point, somebody said, hey, just reach out to these people and tell them what we're looking for and ask them how much it is, right? Somebody made that decision.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an accurate description. I mean, it's definitely, going back and forth with vendors, demos, town department demos. I mean, I'm a staff of like one and some office help. So yeah, it's definitely not my only job.
So you said a few times that the IT person left. That's news to me, okay? Just because we don't hear up here when people leave. We don't even hear when people get hired. So
I don't know, usually a press release goes out.
Do we have an IT person now? I don't know. Do we? I mean, because I've heard the person
Mr.
left.
Chairman, if I may,
Yep.
the IT director left in December. Promptly upon his leaving, the job was posted publicly. We are in the process of narrowing the search
Okay, so you're filling in the role. I didn't know that.
Not really filling in the role. No, this is me taking my marketing hat and also my experience with web projects, other jobs, other experiences, and notifying that we know we have a need.
No,
Yeah,
but it answers.
I just want to make sure I'm not like the guy that's going to fix your laptop and your printer, because I'm not
No.
the IT guy.
But one of my first thoughts is, Don, economic development, that kind of stuff, but the website does like all the departments, so why isn't the IT guy here talking about this? That was what I was thinking, right?
That's a fair point. And actually, originally, the town's first website, back in, I believe it was 2001, was my initial company, exposure.com. Actually did the town's first website way back 25 years ago. So it was since been sold a couple times. Yeah, so that's why I kind of took a little more initiative to identify the need.
No, I totally appreciate that. So I would think on something like this that the request would be for an RFP, quite frankly. Because it's an ongoing thing, it's somebody you gotta work with, you gotta establish a relationship, that kind of stuff. And one of my concerns, I'm looking at the backup. Do you have the backup?
I don't have it with me, but I know it's about 70-something pages.
If we look at the backup, the very first word on the backup created by the vendor is misspelled.
All right.
So what I have before me is let's
What
not
was the
follow
word that was misspelled?
town.
The what? County?
It says toe.
Maybe it's,
Very first word,
yeah.
right?
Eh.
Okay, and it's a heading, it's big and bold, right? This is the group we want to work with because we didn't follow the process, okay? So that's what I'm looking at, right? So don't make us follow the process. This is the information we got.
No, I don't think I said don't follow the process. I mean, I think you're putting words into my mouth, but I mean, we're coming, I mean, it's plain, it says it right in there, we're looking for a bid waiver, so if you guys deny it, then we'd be going out to RFP, so I mean.
But if ordinarily, the process, right?
Bid waivers are part of the process as well.
No, but
No, are they or not, aren't they?
they are.
Okay,
but
I
a
mean,
lot of
we're
times-
following the process too.
A lot of times on a bid waiver, it's based upon ongoing relationship. It's not based upon numbers, right?
Maybe.
That's my
The
experience.
SmartGov one was not a previous relationship. That was based on functionality and what that worked for the departments, and the council voted for that as a technology project needing a bid waiver. So I mean, there's precedent as well for a technology project.
Oh, I don't disagree, and we've given tons of bid waivers to public safety, on Motorola with the police and all of that stuff, and that isn't based upon numbers. That isn't, we asked all these other vendors what they're gonna charge, and therefore, you've got the lowest one here, and therefore, you should allow us to go. The process is, yes, you can seek a bid waiver, but it isn't that you're gonna go and get the information that allegedly would come from following the bid document and then presenting it. That's not in the ordinance. So I've taken up enough time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Versace.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Okay, so I understand how this works. I actually do IT implementation for child welfare for states, so I'm really familiar with how this works, but I do have a couple of questions. So I know they did demos with department leads. I understand Councilor Fishbine's point about process, but when you have things that are pre-built, it's usually, how you're talking about it is how it works. There's certain companies that do certain things, and they come and they'll do demos for states or counties or towns. But it sounds like you sort of went through what we would call a discovery process already with each of your department heads. And you talked about operational, technical, and service delivery needs across every department. And the review focused primarily on functionality, the ADA compliance, long-term cost structure, ease of use for staff, and overall value. And so is that documented anywhere? Is that documented anywhere in writing, and will that be used to sort of help to expedite the discovery? Because we do only have a year. I know how long these things take. It is an aggressive timeline. The first 6 months are really doing some more additional discovery. The second 6 months is really going to be to implement the website. It's sort of the go live piece is, it looks like there's going to be support for 6 months, and then it looks like it's a 5-year contract, which all is like pretty standard, but the discovery phase is extremely important to be able to do it, and you don't have an IT director. And this would have to start pretty immediately. As you said, you're a one-person department. I actually think it's a pretty well-written proposal. I'm worried about the lack of infrastructure in the town to actually support what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point. I mean, they're estimating based on their 3,000 clients that they've worked with, staff time's about 25 hours of really getting into it. Some of it on the timeline, I think it was page 25. Phase 1, initial meeting, communication strategy, statement of work, 1 week. Phase 2, discovery and design, 6 weeks. Phase 3, HTML template development, 2 to 4 weeks. Phase 4, CMS integration module setup, 5 to 6 weeks. Phase 5, custom development and quality assurance testing, 3 weeks, which would overlap with the remaining phases. Phase 6, sitemap development, content migration. So they're going to migrate our current content. 5 to 6 weeks. Thought there was a question. Phase 7, content editor, web administrator training on the website, 1 to 3 weeks. Phase 8, go live, 1 week. Go live average 21 to 27 weeks. It's definitely, I think, probably on the lower end. A lot of departments, I mean, they could just stand there and say, we're going to take the same content we currently have. But the platform really allows it to, if you can update Word, you can update, each department will be able to update their own content. So even though there might be only one of me, there's really, every department will have a lead into the project, as well as some of the microsites will be able to do one for, say, like the police department. They currently have their own website now. They'll be able to piggyback on this. It will save them costs. As well, and then each of the town departments that are on this site, they'll be able to either, if they have a microsite, not everyone's going to need it. It's like the assessor's office is going to need their own microsite. But for training, they'll be able to just go on and literally be able to change the page of content, hit the button, whether it's ADA compliant. And so in that regard, we looked at it as the platform itself allows for an easier launch versus a custom developed and designed product.
Yeah, it's definitely, it will just be configuration. There's also a lot there about, which I think is pretty cool for serving the public. Again, my question is around infrastructure and support for that. Who's gonna answer the complaints that are coming in? Who's gonna monitor that? Who's gonna be the webmaster? I don't even know if that could be an IT director. Has there been thought to, is every department gonna have someone that's monitoring that on a daily basis? Will that be someone's job now?
They do have part of their tool where you could fill out your, found a pothole. They can allow it to go right to a department and route that way. Some of it could flow. Complaints usually end up in the mayor's office, so there could be some tracking there. So some of that would probably have to be flushed out a little bit on who exactly, is it going to, which department, depending, I guess, on the question.
Yeah, so the capability of this system looks like it's fantastic. I also don't want us to set something up so we're telling the public they have the ability to do this, but we don't have the manpower to actually follow through. And so I don't know if that's a question for you or a question for the mayor.
I mean, some of it I could definitely answer. So I mean, now some departments, they'll get, handwritten sticky notes when there's an issue. Tracking is definitely harder. It's a little easier now that we have Excel and Office 365. But some of those tools, this will also be a tool to be able to track those issues, see whether they're resolved. Southington, for example, does all their FOI requests through there, puts it all on one page, tells what the date was, when it was requested, the requestor, the description, and then it links to all the information right there. So if someone else has that same question, then they could get that information right there as well. So I think from a transparency point of view, the platform will allow a quicker response time and hopefully maybe give people more opportunity to maybe get their questions answered because somebody else already asked that question.
Okay, and then one last question. I saw that they provided references for other states. Did you speak to the references that were provided specifically about their experience in working with Revise?
We talked to a few of them from out of state and then some of the local ones as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, please.
So just in response to Councilor Risacci's inquiry, we have several clerical members in Town Hall who are able to edit our current website on a daily basis. It's regularly occurring. We're anticipating that the next version of our town's website will be even more administrator-friendly, if you will, and people will continue to be cross-trained to be able to handle that stuff. To moving back, Councilor Fishbein referenced a spelling error. The document after the cover letter was created by us. The TOW is Town of Wallingford. It's an acronym. That document was not created by the vendor.
Oh, is it this one here?
Yes.
Town of Wallingford. Yeah. We were trying to save space. I wasn't quite sure which page you were looking at.
While I
should have brought my laptop.
Right, see?
All the cool kids have
While
one.
I'm here. One of the things we've learned about technology is that you can write a bid spec and you can attract a lot of bids. And the challenge will be weeding through the unqualified bidders. For example, after our last IT director was hired, we were looking to replace desktop units. And we quickly realized that if we had simply put out bid specs for a desktop computer, we would get bids from people who build computers in their garages and run the risk that the lowest bidder is going to be somebody who, I heard earlier this evening, somebody mentioned fly-by-night. You run the risk that you end up with somebody who's running a short-term operation, not around to honor whatever obligations you have long-term for the term of the existence of the product, in this case, our website. So it's important to end up with somebody qualified and who's going to be around to support the product that they help you build, which is why we went with one of the name brand computers for the desktop products. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening again, Mr. Crouch. So who does our website now? That's in-house?
So the framework was built by Exposure, AKA Web Solutions. They go by both names. So they handled the initial framework, and then Program Planning Office handled a lot of the content updates until, I want to say, it was in between one Stacy leaving and the other was Stacy hired. We knew it was going to be a challenge, so we had training. So program planning used to do all the agendas, the minutes, and now the town clerk handles all the agendas and minutes. So other departments did get trained to use the current system, which is definitely a lot clunkier, and which it's not really a word, but it's a tech word it's a very not forgiving. So like you can't, if you make a change on the website now, you can't save it as a preview, as a draft, and then go live with it. So you just gotta like put the changes up there, hit some, save, and hope you spelled everything correctly.
So we're changing companies because the company we currently have does not allow us
Yeah, they're
to do the things that you're looking for, correct?
They're not just, they work with everybody. They work with a lot of small businesses. Their bread and butter is not, town websites.
Okay.
So really, with the ADA part, the issue also on the first fine, I believe it was if someone actually made a complaint to DOJ, went to that far. I mean, you're talking like $116,000 fine. I think the second one was $267,000. When you start talking real numbers, and also you want we're here to serve the public. So we also want a website that everyone could use. And the current one has challenges. So, we didn't even, it might be news to them that we're actually looking somewhere else, but we didn't even go to our current vendor just because it was really not a viable solution.
Okay. The ADA portion, so it sounds like a lot of the cost is due to that. So I know with my website, there was, that came up in my past campaign, and it was, like, click here and pay $40 and we'll make it ADA compliant. And I clicked there and paid $40, and that was that. The next day they said it is. So why is this such a massive ordeal to?
There's a lot of web companies out there who, they'll sell you on the quick, hey, we'll check your site. Revise also has real people checking your site, so it's not just widgets. But I think a company like Revise, they just launched, I think it was February 5th, 2026, this new innovative web accessibility widget, which wasn't even really on our radar until we were putting together the backup. When you start really looking at all the different components, color, text, voice, and then everything having to work, you can't say, find the local developer or, the GoDaddy special. It's too big of an investment for the town. And now, if you went with a cheap one, but then, it might be cheap now, and then you get fined, and then it's not cheap. But I think it's more on the accessibility and transparency. Really, we're here to get information out to the public any way that they can actually digest that information. So, you could go on our page now. We could only even put two colors, black text and red text. Even Microsoft Word, you could do more than that, but that's the limitations on our current site. And if you look at some of the pages, they go on and on and on. I could only imagine if I had a disability and I was trying to read the Town of Wallingford website, that it would be it'd be a challenge.
Sure, okay, thank you. I just want to go over the three, well, I guess we'll call them quotes, but they're not really quotes, but.
3 estimates.
The estimates, good, yep. Each one of those covers 5 years, correct?
Correct. The only one that couldn't commit to the 5 was Civic Plus. The difference in some of the pricing, so if you look at the one that's the vendor comparison, it has the implementation, yearly, year one hosting and security fee, that column. Right now, Revise is a flat 5 years, so there's no increase. After April 1st, it will go to a 4% yearly increase on that yearly. So like Civic Plus, $18,041 for year 2. Year 3 would have a 5% increase, and so on. And then Granicus was $44,000 a year and then actually I did the math, but on the 7% increase year 3 would be 47,000, 50,000, and 54,000. So really, a lot of them, even Civic Plus, where the microsite is for economic development, they had a one-time cost of $6,000 and a $1,300 reoccurring. If we added police, that would be another $6,000 plus $1,300. So it got to the point where, you know, you kind of feel like you're getting nickel and dimed on every little feature, whereas Revise was, here's our implementation. Year 4, we'll give you a new redesign of the front, you know, look and feel of the paint color of the car. And then the annual reoccurring was, you know, $6,900. So it's much more manageable and reasonable versus, you know, $44,000. You're getting to the point where you could, you know, hire a part-time person. But that probably wouldn't have the experience.
Yeah, that was going to be my, that was what I was thinking, actually. I mean, for like the highest one, Granicus, $296,000. I mean, like, man, I went in the wrong business. I got to sell a lot of cars. So
you can always go back to school.
Like, yeah, you know. But, I mean, I like the revised one. I mean, it sounds like that's the one you would go with, right?
Yeah, so we're looking at the cheapest that has the most functionality.
Yeah.
And it's actually the cheapest.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with, I mean, everything, obviously there was extensive research done here, because you gave us a lot of backup. So whoever in town hall, I guess, did this research, was it you personally or
Myself, you know, people on our team, Stacy compiled a lot of the numbers. You know, if you really look at, if you take Revise, take the 5 years, total cost, 72,000 divided by 5, I mean, you're actually below, 16,000 a year. So I mean, when you kind of space out costs and you look at them, it's not, you know, Granicus, you know, it was never on our, even though we looked at them because they also do the SmartGov product, but it just wasn't functionality-wise and definitely price-wise.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the revised one, but you know, like Councilor Fishbein said, I'm always leery about, you know, what if we did go out to bid and then somebody else said, hey, I'll do all the stuff Revise does and I'm going to be $60,000, and we don't really know that unless we go out to bid. So,
yeah, I think it's hard to find a market leader with over 3,000 clients. They've been around for 20 years. People could always beat price. I think that's the thing where, you know, really getting back to the price. If it was just price, could we find someone cheaper than $72,000 for 5 years? Yeah, probably. Would I have a trust in that system and platform? Probably not. I'd have more probably late nights not sleeping.
yeah, so you're confident just with contacts, you know, other towns, whatever, that these would really be, are you confident that we wouldn't
checks off a lot of
find
boxes.
someone else? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, like even some of if you look at Civic Plus, like their 311 system where, you know, find a pothole, things like that, those were all included in Revise versus getting nickel and dimed as like an add-on. I felt that's like what a town should have. And then there's also, even just on the audit side of it, so, you know, currently, if we update a page, there's someone updates a page, we're not quite sure who does it. Right now, you would have no like audit trail. So in the future, new website, you'll be able to actually track updates, know who logged in, when they updated it, who updated it. You know, because sometimes that plays into other, you know, FOI requests, just being, so you know, who do I talk to why did that change, and different things. So, you know, there's other features that I think were just as probably important, that might not be one of the line items on the cost comparison.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Mr. Coach. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councilor Laffin.
Thank you. Fill a pothole, FOI request. So within a year, we're going to have those things, or is that those are just capabilities within?
It would be, so probably the one variation, it gives you two options. Do you take that information and every single photo and sidewalk issue and every issue, does that become a public-facing image on a page, or is it more on the back end that a department tracks? So I mean, the capability there, it's just whether or not that's, kind of turned on forward-facing or just back end, being able to respond to those.
So will I be able to drive down Barnes Road, find a pothole,
Take a photo.
report it, and not everybody needs to see it, but will then Public Works get that? Is that
Correct.
Is that with the goal within a year, or?
It would be, the mayor could, if he wants to.
You got everybody excited when you said that. I didn't know if you're just trying to answer a question.
I don't want to pour water on a fire at all. But it's something that has to be considered very carefully, because once we have notice, we have liability. So we need to make sure that if we adopt that functionality, that we are checking it super regularly. It's going
We
to.
don't want to not fill potholes because
We wanna
we're
fill
gonna be liable,
potholes.
so we're
No.
going to dodge. Nope, you didn't tell us. We didn't get it till Monday morning. Like,
No, if you could, the liability issue is we have notice, it's when our liability commences. So if we're going to adopt that functionality, we have to make sure we have good checks and balances in place.
but it's capable in this system versus, so what we keep throwing around SmartGov or whatever it is, right? Like, so we're not doing that now.
No, that's a separate thing.
That's
That's just
separate.
online permitting. So this could,
Does that integrate into this if we wanted to?
no, it's kind of two separate systems.
So we will no longer do that anymore?
No, we're still doing that, but that's really just a self-contained permitting system, so planning and zoning, building,
Okay.
health, whereas this is more the non-business tool. So it's, I would say those tools, like the mayor
More for
said,
professional versus
yeah, like
resident?
more like if you're gonna, if a developer's submitting a plan, they're gonna go to SmartGov. I mean, it will be linked between the two.
Right. That's important to note. We're not going to keep those completely separate. There's going to be a link on the new website that takes you to
That's what I'm
SmartGov, just
asking,
like it
what's the
does for the
integration
billing
level?
system.
Okay.
Yeah, just be a link to another system.
Okay. And then, sorry.
No,
you-
go ahead.
A lot of my other questions were kind of answered as we're going along. What kind of like ADA stuff is this? Like, so it's a big deal apparently. We're switching vendors.
Yeah, so,
The trot, we got a year.
yeah, so
Red and black,
communities.
is that it, or like what else?
So communities over 50,000 in population had to have it done by April of
Right,
2026.
but what is it? Like, why are we jumping so fast? Like,
Department of Justice came out, I think it was 2014, I'm not 100% sure, with new guidelines that this had to be done by then.
sorry, I mean, I get that part.
Yeah.
But going back to like what Councilor Tata had referenced, like she paid $40 and it was
Oh,
done,
yeah.
quote unquote. What is going to be done to our website? Can you give some examples so that people can understand the magnitude and the value that we're getting?
so-
It's because we're citing ADA is the big reason that we got to go now.
Yeah, so I would say on, say something that happens every week, minutes and agendas. Right now, our PDFs, if someone opens up the PDF, it's not ADA compliant. So with these new tools, it will be able to read that PDF, and people will be able to actually access that information who need it through an ADA widget. And then also the scan. So right now, if you update the page, it's just content, you're hitting submit. On this platform, you'll be able to update the content, have a checker that will automatically run through all the protocols, check that, make sure what content was uploaded to the website is ADA compliant as well. So it's not just on the reader side of it, but it's also on the content management side of it.
But what has to be ADA compliant? Like a different color?
Like everything, so the images, yeah, all of that. So
Describes images.
content has to be ADA compliant. Images, PDFs, pretty much anything on the website has to be able to be used through depending on what the disability is and what they're trying. So whether it's
Well, that's what I'm asking.
hearing.
Like, what is it going to do?
Yeah, so some of it, and I'll just go back through this list that might help a little bit. Some of the widget functions, scan the page. It will scan a web page, show if there's any ADA errors. It will read the text, so if someone wants to highlight just that part of the text, the computer will read the web page to them. Language converter, translate content to over 30 languages. And that's just setting up in the top corner. They change, and it changes all the content. Color adjustment has to do with saturation, contrast, monochrome, inversion, text color, background colors. You can't have like green text on a page. It's not going to read it. Summarize, condensed full pages of content into digestible descriptions. Convert all the text from a web page into audio, so you could download the audio. Predefined profiles, vision impairment, ADHD friendly, dyslexia, cognitive disability, just the fonts, text size. So the end user will be able to sit there, modify it just for their experience, and it will be custom tailored toward that end user versus trying to make something uniform for everybody. And then, colors, cursors, screen masks, ruler options, things like that. So it's really a customized one-on-one experience for each user depending on their needs.
Okay. And I get the premise that normally this might be an FRP type of thing. I do, and I've always supported bid waivers for tech issues because the computer example, or in this case, it's better to have control and to shop, and we are the check and the balance in that process. So that's all for now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge that I went and looked at some of the other websites that they do, Guilford, North Haven, Southington, Stafford. I think sometimes we have a tendency to look at websites and think that they have to be sort of like cutting edge and they need to do all of these things that make them sort of unique and make them stand out. But really, part of what ADA compliance actually fixes is a lot of artistic license with fonts and things that a lot of people can't read. People like my son who are colorblind can't read certain colors. If it works for everybody, then it should function for everybody. So I'm in favor of moving in that direction. What I saw in terms of what the other towns had, I think would be perfectly fine for our town as well. And so I, just acknowledging that, and I'll be voting in support. Thanks.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do acknowledge there are limitations on the current site. That was said quite a few times. But I think that's a function of whoever directed the creator of the website what they could do and what they couldn't do. And, it's perhaps a function of the prior administration. How many years have we worked with Web Solutions?
So, originally when myself and Tim Deneen started Exposure.com, we started, I want to say it was 2001-ish. I don't know, we opened in 99 and I sold out in 04. So we started it was back with Don Rowe. I think it was $7,500. We did go to bid. And then it just it stayed that way. And then I know Tim sold to Tom Barton at Web Solutions. So really, on and off, I would say probably a good 20 years.
So it begs...
It's been the same vendor for, you could say, a good 20 years.
No, and I haven't talked to Tom in years, but, I always found him to be very easy to work with. So it begs the question, at the point that a need is sought and somebody initiates doing research, why we wouldn't reach out to the vendor who's been providing services to the town for 20 years generally knows, well, I don't know what they know or what they don't know, but I know if I was in that position, I would be reaching out to my 20-year-long vendor and saying, hey, you know, we're going to be, and they're located in Wallingford, hey, you know, we're going to be redoing our website. This is what we're looking for. Can you meet our needs? But that communication was never made.
Yeah, so some of that, I would say that there was not communication. Give you a perfect example of why the comfort level wasn't there with the current vendor, and I'm only going to give one example because I'm not going to, they do great work and they are involved with a lot in town, so I'm not saying that they're a bad vendor. But what I'm saying is, right on the home page, we put the video on there, and to be able to just put a widget, which, you know, I'm getting in the weeds here with just a line of code to put those videos on the page, you know, it costs us, I don't remember, $1,000. And that's like something like any website would allow. So it's like we can't do the basics now. And every time we want to make a change or ask even to do some upgrades, it's like, and I've heard from another department who uses them for a website, said, yeah, we could look at your site and analyze it for ADA compliant, and it would be like $5,000. So like, it's just not, you know, on the other flip side of it, if you were a company investing in a platform that municipalities can use, and that's, you know, product development, you would be on the flip side going, I'm going to reach out to all my customers and, you know, this is what we're doing. To not even hear from the vendor and saying, hey, ADA compliant, you have till April, I found it more like, okay, this isn't the game. They're in small businesses, you know, larger businesses. That's their bread and butter, not municipal websites and communication tools. So that's really where their functionality is just not, it's just doesn't match apples to apples to what we looked at.
Well, once again, could be a symptom of the relationship. For instance, if I create a business for someone and I know they're in the pet grooming business, right? When I send them on their way, you know, Jane's pet grooming business, I don't have a continuing obligation to monitor the state statutes and to let that particular client know, hey, you know, state statute may have changed. So if the contract between the town and Web Solutions doesn't say that they have an obligation to update, you know, then that could be the thing. I'm just really, you know, I'm just really, that's not what, when you provide a service, you provide a service within the confines.
Well, I mean, they do have you know, they are in the budget every year for if there's updates. I believe in the program planning budget, it's $30,000. So there are times where it's not like set it and forget it. They have, you know, done work for the town.
But on the other hand, the town does have at least 3 lawyers full-time. Well, I don't know about the full-time.
I don't think they do websites.
Understood, but you're talking about a legal requirement, and you're sort of saying that your vendor should have let you know this thing was coming.
No, I'm just saying, in that vendor relationship, if you wanted to develop a product. So here's the other thing. We were looking at platforms that are tried and true and not go out to you build us a custom product that may or may not fit the confines of ADA and the functionality that we need, which would have been probably way more than what some of these costs would be. So that was just it was a decision of, you know, can this vendor currently handle it? And currently, right now, it's not being handled. So.
But on the other hand, if the bid document went out, and certainly we've had opportunities on the council to approve a hybrid, right, where there's a component which is money, and then there's a scoring,
Sure.
right? Web Solutions would be able to be part of that process and to know that what we're looking for and to be interviewed as part of that process. But instead, we're left with the relationship or the result of this that I'm not comfortable with. I will also, well, let me ask you another question. On the backup.
Well, let me just address that as well, because really, I mean, if the ordinance wanted to give a preferential treatment to local vendors, that would be the ordinance as well, to give bonus points or different things for local vendors, and we don't do that.
And we have gone down that road.
Yeah,
I
so
can tell you the
I'm just
history.
saying, like, so the question is, one sense you're talking about the process, but then you'll bring up another issue and say, well, the local vendor, we're not working with them. So I mean, we can't have it both ways.
No, but you're putting words in my mouth. So this is a vendor that we have worked with for 20 years. This isn't like, there's plenty of people that do web in Wallingford. I'm not saying, this is a currently
Sure, we've worked
ongoing
with
relationship.
Wallfrog, some different ones. But again, when you're looking at, we also didn't want to look at it and say, we're going to reach out just to our current vendor. We're going to look at nationwide and find the best solutions for the town. And so the approach was, we're going to look for the best possible platform and what functionality would work best versus where they were located.
Okay. On page 50 of the backup, and I know you don't have it, apparently there was more than one sales agreement that was issued.
Yeah, so they put usually the sales agreements together as like their quote. So when they're like, hey, here's the price, that was the original one. I think the date might have been last summer. You could probably.
What I'm looking at, it actually says, see updated sales agreement dated 2/25/2026.
Correct.
So that was a little over a month ago.
Yes, once we knew we were going to come back to the council, we wanted to make sure all our numbers were updated from the last time we got pricing.
Okay, so when did you first get pricing on this?
I'd have to look, but I want to say fall of last year. I'm not 100% sure, but I know the document here, that's why on the website redesign vendor comparison, it had 25-26, because actually, it does have a date on here. I think we got some numbers back in April of 2025, and then most recent ones.
So almost a year ago, somebody recognized a need, somebody inquired, somebody got numbers, and it's coming to us now. I mean, that's what's before us. I will point out, because I was on the website the other day, not because of this, it is difficult to work with, and I'm sure it's difficult to archive documents, because if you go into the Ethics Commission for 2023, you'll see that all the health, Department of Health meetings are all in there.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
That's, it's a great point, because currently, if you want to archive those, you have to take all the documents, create a new folder, drag them over. It's all manual, whereas it's all date-driven. This stuff should be automatic of having a folder. It's definitely when you're looking at old information and minutes and agendas and things that people actually, go to find minutes of meetings. That's probably one of the most used outside of human resources lately has been kind of a big draw, and then tax usually during certain times of the year. But those archiving systems currently are a manual process, so if no one's being attentive to them, then you could end up getting the health department, I guess, in ethics.
But once again, it's a function of whomever determined what we needed. From my perspective, I would have anticipated, appreciated a call to the 20-year vendor. Can you do this? And if you can't, can you recommend to us some people that you think might be able to do it? because that's a way to keep good relationships. But here, I don't think this is the way to go about it. So, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have I missed anyone? Anyone online?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm still here. Yeah,
Councilor
thank you.
Rivard.
It's kind of an odd setup here.
Appreciate
We're
that.
trying to-
Thank you. Don, I'm staring at you from behind. Don't get nervous.
big
Hey,
over.
okay, I can't see. Thank you for the extensive review of this. Lot of good questions and comments from everyone. Excellent dialogue from my perspective. I guess my first comment is it does feel like there's a little bit of time pressure here to make a pivot on something that is hopefully significant and grows with the town going forward, using a waiver process. Is the main reason we're doing the waiver versus documenting the qualifications using a normal, say, RFP? Is it the time frame associated with the ADA compliance? Is that the number one reason, or was it truly you felt like you could, because it's tech, cover the qualifications? I'm just trying to get a sense as to what the real driver is for the waiver request.
Yeah, I'd say the real driver is definitely the April 26, 2027 deadline. That's going to come up faster than you know it. So I think that's probably the biggest driver. And then probably the smaller would be just the specs of the project. But the big driver, ADA compliant.
Okay. If the council, does approve a waiver package, I think, that's always a bit of a risk if we're not careful to document what the requirements were in selecting between the two. I think this one's a little easier probably because what you're recommending, it relates to the pricing mostly. One other question I had is, since we're potentially making a pivot here, does this front end, in your mind, if you went with revise capabilities, grow with the town and all the different departments might want to achieve in the future as it grows? When I did some personal research on this, the Civics Plus is the most widely adopted. It also provides, lots of interfaces with, I'll say, interactive systems with citizens and how they might interact with departments in the future. Do you feel like Revise is going to provide all that same capability? I think, the C-click type interface you said was in there. It didn't get necessarily documented as such in the backup here. But do you feel it's well competitive on those type things that maybe we don't have today, but we might want?
Yeah, definitely on the features, like the report it, see it, click it, all competitive. Probably the other component too is the microsites. So, economic development, we're looking at, our Wallingford Worldwide campaign to be able to use that domain name, go out there promoting business attraction, retention, expansion, and then also looking at a new site, because it won't cost us anything different, maybe something like, Visit Wallingford, something like that with our tourism, look at our downtown events, look at the different family events and different things, and kind of tie it in as well of being able to promote more of what we already do in town, but consolidate that down to something memorable as, Visit Wallingford, something to that effect, but being able to allow us to do more versus like Civic Plus, where they were trying to charge us for each microsite $6,000 setup and $1,300 a year additional. So for the best bang for our buck, feature-wise, and not losing anything. A lot of times people would look at it and say, oh, you're going to want a bid waiver because you want to go with maybe the middle guy or the highest one. And actually, the best features and lowest price ended up being the same vendor.
Okay. And then my last question, Mr. Chairman, is relative to the forecasted recurring costs on an annual basis going forward, the fee structure. I probably should know this, but what's the current costs ongoing associated with the website? And number two, do we have, confirmations in this that, Revise we would be able to take a hands-off approach as it relates to technical support and issues that might arise in terms of, reprogramming and or adding future capability? Is that all covered within the 44K? What do we get, not 44K, the current recurring cost price that they're quoting?
Yeah, so the implementation for their platform, so if they come out with a new module, they do 4 CMS updates annually, which content management solution, they do 4 updates a year, and that's like no charge. That's just part of their platform. And that's where, having a platform, when they come out with the new bells and whistles, they're not charging you extra. So, that was one nice feature, 100% customized design, and then also in year 4 of the contract, a new facelift as well. So the back engine is still running, but giving that a local different flavor if needed. And then the statement of work as well. I mean, there's still the agreement as well, but it would all be based in that scope of work. And any, so it's cloud-based, so it's not, we're not hosting the site. We're not worrying about the security of the site. That's all based in the vendor agreement.
Okay. And what's the current recurring cost we have for the website?
Budgeted is $3,000 a year. Again, I believe the last website was updated in 2019, so that's really the 3,000's based on little things like where we wanted to put the videos on the homepage. They charged us for that, and then there was just anytime that we can't handle any of the content, their system also breaks up the pages into, lack of a better term, different buckets. So if that bucket wasn't allowed to be edited, then they have to edit it, versus giving us the ability to frame the content with pictures and different things. So limited in our, if we wanted to, say, put more photos on a page or change the color, they'd have to do extensive coding to their current system, their CMS, just to allow us to change colors, and that's why we only have red and black at the moment.
Okay, and so I'm right reading, so it's 6,900 versus like a 3,300 recurring estimate? Is that, am I reading that right?
If you're looking at just the yearly, so really we're looking at 37 and change for the implementation. Year 1, 6,900, so that would be the 44,600, and then 6,900 for years 2 through 5.
Yeah, okay, so the post, I was kind of lumping in my mind, you had kind of, this is the cost to set this up in the 44.6, and then each year after the setup was complete, it's like 6,900 versus what we're seeing today, which is 3,300, which is, marginal. It sounds like you get a boatload more capability for that and support. Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public? Bring it back to the council. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Were you coming up or did you just stand? I'm sorry. No. Yeah, Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the bid document, where on there does it say that we're paying for it to be ADA compliant?
I know there's definitely a few pages that talk about ADA compliant.
Okay, it also says we're going to have online bill pay. It also says that we're going to have reservation of parks.
Those are some of the other features. Right now, Public Parks has their own website, MyRec, for that. Online bill pay we already do have for utilities, tax. So we'd be integrating with our current vendor for online bill pay.
So the online bill pay, right now, I think you have to go to an alternative site to do the online bill pay.
So right now, if you go to, it depends on if you're, you can go to wallingfordct.gov. On the tax page, you can get your tax bills through there, through Invoice Cloud. So it's not the old system, the official payments. It does pull you into a separate website because they host and manage all that content with the bills and that. And then utilities is the same. You could look up your, utility bills and pay those online currently.
So,
Not using official payments, so the price was lowered.
so the invoice doesn't say anything about ADA.
I don't think it's on the invoice, but I believe in the 63 pages, ADA is mentioned a few times.
Okay, so the invoice itself is titled Sales Agreement. And it says the client agrees to purchase the following products and services provided by Revise. And there's these things. It doesn't say anywhere, and in addition, all the stuff that's in the 63 pages that are attached.
It does. It does.
Okay, where?
In your council packet, it's page 59. In the document, it's page 6 of 6. Item 1, Revise will build the website to highly conform with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCA GA 2.1 level AA, and then 2.2 AA. Those are the ADA guidelines.
Okay, and I'm just looking for the reference back to that in the sales agreement, though.
This is part of the web services sales agreement. It's the 6th page, page 1 of 6.
Oh, okay, and I see up top, right-hand side, 5 of 6.
Yes.
So you're saying, okay, although the signatures appear on the 2nd page, that is the entirety. Okay, that resolves that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Okay, so let's have a roll call vote, please.
Allenson,
Yes.
Carmody,
Yes.
Fishbein,
No?
Laffin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rivard,
Yes.
Versace,
Yes.
Tata,
No.
Testa.
Yes, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don. Okay, item 9. Is a-
Presentation and discussion of the Fire and Emergency Services Department Strategic Risk Analysis.
Okay, I know we have a representative from Municipal Resources. I'll allow him to, I'll have him identify himself, and I know that there's probably a couple of representatives on our remote call as well. So if you just identify everybody with your organization, and the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. My name is Eric Heath. I'm a representative consultant for Municipal Resources. I'm part of the Fire Services division of that consulting group. On the line as well, you have the Fire Services Director, Brian Duggan, as well as another team member specific to this project, Don Bliss. And I'll let Mr. Duggan introduce both himself and Mr. Bliss. As far as my background, I've been with municipal resources for several years, been involved in several projects from consulting, strategic analysis, master planning, as well as assessment centers and administrative
Maybe
searches.
get a little closer. You might want to hit the button to make sure that's on.
I believe it's on.
There you go.
Sorry about
Now it's on. Thank you.
In my professional background, I've been in the Connecticut Fire Service for 31 years. I recently retired in November of 2025 from the Southington Fire Department, serving up to and including the ranks of Fire Chief and Fire Marshal, and I currently serve the town of Stratford as the Deputy Fire Chief of Operations.
Thank you.
And good evening. I'm Brian Duggan, Director of Fire Services for MRI. I've actually worked for the company for more than 20 years, and in that capacity, I think we brought a team together of seasoned practitioners sort of throughout the area. I come from Massachusetts and retired after a 35-year fire service career. With me is Don Bliss. I'll let Don sort of introduce himself, and we are the three primary team members on the project. Don?
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Don Bliss. I've been with MRI for over 10 years doing fire, emergency management, and EMS studies. My background is 34 years in the fire service, mostly in New Hampshire, although I did spend 3 years as the Director of Fire Services for the Yukon system and was a Connecticut certified fire marshal. I also served as the New Hampshire State Fire Marshal and State Homeland Security Director. I do have to apologize. It's town meeting day here in New Hampshire, and I'm working at the polls. That's why you see the background where it is. We're getting down to the final count. So I may have to jump off for a few minutes as we resolve that, and I'll jump back on. But it's a pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you.
So the presentation we have for you tonight represents sort of the culmination of our work in Wallingford and with the fire department. Eric has a PowerPoint presentation. Given my experience with hybrid meetings, trying to pass it back and forth, Eric is going to do the presenting of that, and then Don and I are certainly available for questions afterwards, but we don't want to sort of step on each other. So Eric, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, sir. Pardon me, I'm also getting over a slight head cold. Again, Municipal Resources was contracted by the Town Council to do the strategic risk analysis for the Wallingford Fire Department emergency services. I believe I'm trying to share my screen. I may need IT on this. I got logged out.
I just admitted you.
Thank you. Thank you. That is not sharing.
There we go.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
No, not a problem. There we go.
Again, so the question is, why are we here? Why are we here? And what were we here for? MRI was engaged to undertake an organizational and operational assessment.
Or mute yourself on the computer.
You just need to mute the mic on your computer.
Am I muted?
I believe. Or I'll mute you. No, don't ask that.
Okay, again, you're here to undertake an organizational and operational assessment. This includes an analysis of the effectiveness and efficiency of fire and rescue EMS service delivery. And if found, identify if gaps and/or deficiencies exist within the goal of providing recommendations for improvement. One of the backbones of the fire service is that of tradition. Tradition is oftentimes dictated by culture. However, as the fire service continues to evolve, the culture must change with it. Traditions and history are important, but the organizational mindset, in order to continue to be a highly reliable and responsible organization, must also change. This can be daunting for any organization, and leadership at all levels to overcome. However, what was noted during site visits and interviews in that the town administration, department leadership, and department personnel are having a positive momentum in this area with improvement in morale, internal communications, as well as team building. Nothing in this report or recommendation should be taken as a negative, but points out opportunities to continue that forward momentum for continued improvement, utilizing a common vision towards goals and objectives. Again, our goal is to produce a report containing recommendations that focus on long-range strategic planning, providing a course of action for future service improvements and delivery. The recommendations you'll see in the body of this report are not listed according to importance. However, as a town and department build out goals and objectives, your joint priorities will become apparent. Some recommendations may be able to be quickly addressed, while others will have more workload, take more time, and both require a fiscal and operational analysis by the administration of the town and the department as well. Again, this report is a value-added document used to guide the organization forward. It provides the town council with 10 overarching strategic recommendations, which are then supported by 57 separate operational recommendations in 5 sections. In reality, the outcome of this report is up to the council, as well as the organization itself. The strategic recommendations should be seen as a roadmap to continued success. They are overarching by design, allowing the town to set goals and objectives, pardon me, I'll slow down, I speak too fast, in addressing the various discussion points within each section. They in turn will be guided or supported by the 57 operational recommendations highlighted in the 5 sections already mentioned. This is a roadmap used to continue to fuel the forward progress of the organization that is already occurring. Has been said within the circles, there's industry talk of organizations undergoing such master planning, strategic planning, and the like to formulate those reports that go untouched or get shelved. While some of the recommendations may be challenging, they are not unattainable. Again, ultimately the decision to utilize the reports and its recommendations lie in the hands of the policymakers and those who implement them. Continuing with our methodology and how do we get there? MRI team conducted several interviews with both internal and external stakeholders, including but not limited to town administration, fire department administration and personnel, and partnering agencies. We take this process very seriously, as it's these stakeholders that have both the institutional knowledge of the town and the organization, and they're ones that must commit to the continued success of it. In these interviews, we did uncover common themes from various individuals within the stakeholder groups. While not assigned to one specific group, or thereby quoted specifically, these themes are incorporated into the body of the report and the recommendations. The various stakeholders involved provided tremendous insight and valuable data that was part of the analysis to build the report and recommendations. On-site visits allowed the team to see, view, and inquire about department management and operations, facilities, and the various resources available and assigned to the organization. Overall, the recommendations for improvements are based on regulations, federal and state statutes, and nationally accepted consensus standards. These best practices and above should be used to help model the goals and objectives that are established for the strategic priorities. There are mechanisms in place that help guide both the recommendations provided as well as the management of the organization moving forward. Overall, this slide speaks for itself. Visits and conversations with stakeholders show that the department is well equipped with apparatus and equipment. Its backbone is the dedication of all the members of the department, both career and volunteer alike, who both respect and are respected by your community. The fundamental resources are present to protect the town. However, both the personnel and the resources, physical, equipment, apparatus, and facilities must be invested in as well. Areas of noted concern. And concern sounds like a strong word. How do you prioritize investing in your people and your physical resources? This takes the items noted previously in here. The town and department and the stakeholders must continue to be forward-looking for continued improvement. A shared vision will help guide everyone in managing the community's expectations. This is done by collaboratively amongst all involved. It includes staying current or ahead of best practices, technology, training, and professional development. And overall, there were 10 overarching strategic recommendations. Recommendation number 1 was the determination of acceptable risk. The department cannot operate effectively or efficiently without the proper resources. These resources are just not physical resources, but also include human capital, the people that actually get the work done. While it'd be a perfect scenario just to have an open checkbook, the allocation of these resources must also take both the community's acceptance of risk and fiscal analysis and responsibility. However, as noted in the report, this is a subject of appropriate staffing levels for day-to-day operations, including suppression, EMS, and administrative staff. Suppression and EMS are the most visible components of a fire and emergency services organization. As you can see in the report, there's a focus on ensuring that staffing models are developed and or implemented that enhance operational readiness, effectiveness, and efficiency. Strategic objectives number 2 and 3 center on financial strategy and revenue generation. No municipality is unique when it comes to balancing responsibility to the taxpayer and fiscal concerns associated with proper budgeting. Challenges to this process come from constraints and mandates, funded and or unfunded, at multiple levels. This is why the strategies included in the report must be continuously monitored and evaluated for effectiveness and overall fiscal responsibility. Opportunities for additional funding exist in various grant programs, such as SAFER, AFG, and Fire Prevention and Safety grants through the Department of Homeland Security. However, grant funds are never guaranteed, and these programs are extremely competitive. Additional revenue streams that could be investigated include a fire marshal fee schedule for plan review, billing for services such as hazardous materials, motor vehicle accidents, etc., and optional EMS-based revenue streams. While these options won't offset all your operational costs, they could supplement the various divisions. One overarching, you guys were discussing, we were all discussing purchasing earlier, is capital funding. One of the recommendations is increasing the threshold for $1,000 to $10,000 in order to provide the department more flexibility in purchasing day-to-day equipment and supplies. Just about everything the fire department touches is expensive, as I know you're all aware. This increase does not take away from current purchasing policies, such as purchase order approval, obtaining multiple quotes or proper bidding, or even the option for purchase contract procurements, such as HGAC or Sourcewell. Community risk reduction. There are existing community risk reduction programs within the department: fire safety education, school age-based, senior citizen-based, and other fire prevention programs. And these are common in the industry. The town should look at a collaborative town-wide approach, including internal departments and external partners, to determine what other risks are prevalent within the community. These can include such things as elderly trips and falls, or other such incidents that can be documented from EMS calls and analyzed. Are there youth programs to explore and expand upon? Can we partner with outside agencies or internal for community-based public EMS training, such as hands-only CPR or becoming a heart-safe community? And we need to look further. We need to include disaster resiliency and continuity of operations, which can be addressed as part of annual townwide emergency planning and mitigation efforts. This is something near and dear to my heart. Training and professional development. As mentioned before, there needs to be investment in the resources needed to operate this department. One of the most notable resources is that of its personnel. Training is a vital component of fire and emergency services organizations. Fire suppression, EMS, technical rescue, and hazardous materials response training is just the tip of the iceberg. The town and department must also identify through a risk assessment what other required training is necessary to meet the needs of the community. This is also supported by a comprehensive training plan that be continually evaluated to ensure training in all areas meet the benchmarks established. This helps the department maintain proficiency and competency in all areas of operations. Additional professional development must be considered. This encompasses higher levels of training, especially for officers, to meet nationally recognized standards, as well as supporting higher education opportunities. This will help the department with succession planning, and all of this must be supported by policy and budgeting. Recommendation number 6 is labor management relations. Labor management relations need to be looked at as collaborative versus adversarial. Engaging in a process that manages both by mutual objectives creates positive relations that have many benefits, such as improved morale, enhances public trust, helps strengthen health and safety, and provides improved budget management. This is a 360-degree process that does not just stay within the realm of labor negotiations, but must rather include communications from the top down and bottom up, including all town and department administration, as well as both career and volunteer component. Communications can be and must be more open and transparent by utilizing a joint labor management committee format. Meeting on a regular basis allows collaborative problem solving to take a proactive approach. This model should be used on the career side with bargaining unit and management, but it also applied similarly with the volunteer companies as well. Yeah. And I apologize. Number 7 is missing from the slide deck. However, very highly important. Number 7 is strengthening the volunteer systems. The volunteer companies are a critical component and a resource to the emergency services delivery for the town. However, the volunteer system is seeing a national decline that is dramatically affecting departments. While the town has adopted incentive programs, which should be continued, a formal recruitment and retention program should be established. The United States Fire Administration published a retention and recruitment for the volunteer emergency services in 2023 that highlight both the challenges and opportunities of recruitment and retention, as well as the state of Connecticut, which has recognized the challenge and also has begun working on this problem at a high level. Retention strategies include, but aren't limited to, incentivizing within applicable laws and standards, awards and recognition, value-added training, and utilizing the existing skill sets of the volunteer members. Recruitment strategies concluded targeted advertising, junior and/or explorer programs, possibly considering partnering with the Wallingford Police Department's program, or working to bring programs into the school system, or partnering with other youth civic groups. One other volunteer component of the Emergency Services Division is your Community Emergency Response Team, which can be a valuable asset to the town and organization. Members of the community can still volunteer and serve the town in a capacity that doesn't include firefighting, but provides other ancillary support. Recommendation number 8 is a mobile integrated health community paramedicine program. This is a patient-centered healthcare model. Begins with a collaboration with external agencies such as Hartford Healthcare and Connecticut Office of Emergency Medical Services. In order to start, we need to begin with a feasibility study. This would also likely involve partnerships with local healthcare agencies such as the VNA, Local Health and Human Services, or Senior Services. Community paramedicine utilizes emergency services in a non-emergency role to help reduce emergency room traffic by providing out-of-hospital healthcare such as preventative service and healthcare management, which in turn reduces the need for emergency transports. This can be seen as a component of expanding your community risk reductions townwide. Common theme for tonight, information technology and cybersecurity, section 9. Updated technology has many benefits, one of which allows for a more robust data collection, utilization of a records management system, which the department currently employs, assists greatly in this. It helps identify critical needs, address possible operational deficiencies, and help with the budget process. Updated cybersecurity provides protection for the town and residents in such areas as privacy protection, overall system network security, as well as continuity of operations. It's a recommendation that a strategic information plan should be established townwide for all departments, including the fire department. Fire department's specific items in this area can be viewed as station infrastructure to include Wi-Fi, station alerting systems, and physical security measures, such as keyed access, electronic access, excuse me, and security cameras, as well as software applications and connectivity integration of communication networks, such as the existing CAD system and NextGen. As I'm sure you're aware, cybersecurity breaches have occurred locally, affecting neighboring towns and communities, most recently Meriden, from both a town administrative perspective and emergency response perspective. Analysis of these issues, when they are released, should be looked at for preventative measures the town can employ. And lastly, for number 10 is regional collaboration. Commission on Fire Prevention Control at the state is addressing this at a high level with regionalized mutual aid planning, including task force and strike teams and asset allocation inventory. New England and Connecticut lag behind in this effort. Wallingford Fire Department has a collaborative undertaking and should continue with their current partnerships with local and automatic aid partners, as well as regional and statewide partners, such as Urban Search and Rescue Task Force, NASH, and the County Task Force for New Haven, and incident management teams. The town and department should look to pursue other potential opportunities and review current agreements in order to manage larger, more complex incidents that become both resource and personnel intensive, as well as being able to continue to provide coverage to the citizens in the town during those incidents. Operational recommendations at a glance. Again, many risks are also opportunities. This report can be an idle source of conversation or a means to engage the organization to plan for a vibrant future. Again, with these, the recommendations are not numbered in order of importance, and we're going to gloss over them, but we can have time for questions and answers. Section 4 within the report, pages 42 to 53, provides recommendations on policies and procedures, training programs to include the training site, and risk management planning. Section 5 is emergency operations. Provides recommendations for staffing metrics, fire and EMS primarily, to support existing operations, performance improvement processes, such as after-action reviews, pre-incident planning and target hazard assessment, data collection and analysis, as well as mutual aid agreements. It also recommends the establishment of a joint health and safety committee. Section 6 references your support functions. It's most primarily related to the fire marshal's office, to include workflow management, a staffing analysis for compliance objectives, and it also expands upon training and personnel development and communications with a focus on interdepartment relations between FD, PD, and the Communications Center. Section 7 on a whole covers facilities, safety and security, building maintenance plans, and a building feasibility study, primarily for the Cook Hill location, apparatus maintenance and equipment, with a focus on personal protective equipment. Section 8 looks at your future. Building upon the current progress and positive momentum, utilizing a team-based approach and a shared strategic vision, along with a shared mission, vision, and value statements, it provides a focus on internal and external communications. Again, these operational recommendations are meant to support the overall strategic plan that the town and department so chooses to execute. The purpose of strategic planning. Operations and service delivery can be dramatically improved by committing resources to the process. The goal is to move the town of Wallingford and the Wallingford Fire Department in a planned and intended strategic manner. It's used to identify the community's expectations in a quantifiable way and measure the organization's performance against these objectives, and identify areas which may need improvement or require additional resources. And in conclusion, this pictogram shows the fire and EMS ecosystem. It is 8 interdependent components vital to the department's operational effectiveness and efficiency in providing services to the community. We also should look at what is not pictured, and that's the components that would be on the outside of your smaller cogs. This would include, but not be limited to, other influencing factors that are part of the entire system of the town of Wallingford, administration, and internal and external stakeholders and other town agencies that work collaboratively for the citizens of the town to provide the level of service that they expect. And lastly, we look at you to review each of these recommendations as a goal. Strategic recommendations, as I've mentioned, are supported by the operational recommendations. Approach to the recommendations strategically and systematically to develop short and long-term goals. And mostly important, maintain a sense of unity and common vision that is supported by direct and open communications. Thank you.
So with that, we'll give Eric a chance to catch his breath for a minute, and I'll just go over some of the high points that I wanted to stress. First of all, as we said when we started out, that this study is a tool. We have a high level of success at having the recommendations adopted, or at least considered and discussed and translated into action. So as a tool, it's really important that this report start discussion and ultimately end in action. As we said, ultimately it's up to the council, up to the department itself. But we characterize this document as a roadmap versus a blueprint, in that there are many ways to take roads to get to a certain point versus with a blueprint, it's very specific how you proceed. There has to be stakeholder input, there has to be discussion, there has to be ongoing prioritization of action around this as a living document. And from our time in Wallingford, it was clear that we saw very positive signs within the department and positive momentum taking place. This report, it gives you a little bit over 100 pages. To provide some sense of that and consolidate it down, we provided a executive summary, which is page 5 to 19. And really what it does is it harnesses not only our external perspective as practitioners, but the perspective that we've gained over the years from doing more than 300 of these studies and having the opportunity to both leave something and learn something in every venue we go to. So we've sort of seen what things work well, what ideas can flourish, and what ideas tend not to, and we've tried to incorporate those in the study. But as we sort of close out and transition to questions, I just want to stress and emphasize that what we saw was an exceptionally capable organization that we feel is really on the cusp of continuing forward culturally and operationally and becoming exceptional. So with that, we'll entertain questions. Eric, why don't you be the gatekeeper given you're on site?
Okay. Why don't we'll open up to the council at the moment. Anyone have any questions or comments they'd like to add on the council? Councilor Fishbein.
I just want to acknowledge that we did get a letter from Chief Buck. I appreciated reviewing the letter, putting that together with the report that's here. I also look forward to hearing from Chief Buck as to anything he's implemented as a result of the recommendations in the meantime. But you know, that being said, I was part of the selecting of your organization for this report. I think it was very comprehensive, and I look forward to working together with the fire department ongoing. So, but thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have more to say in a little bit, but I did want to acknowledge that one of the things that was sort of stated or was gleaned from some of the discussions that you all had with folks was that there's a general feeling that like studies like these can kind of be done and then they kind of go somewhere and then they gather dust. And I wanted to point out that, you know, for one, I'm a big supporter of the fire department. That I think it's important that we, when Councilor Marone, Councilor Laffin, and I sort of talked about this, and when we talked about the process, that it was to give the chief, you know, a tool to kind of get a lay of the land, you know, sort of like a baseline, if you will, of like what the assessment was. And having the outside eyes was very important, you know, sort of an unbiased look at it. But I do want to also point out that this does kind of feed into, or at least some of the things that I got from the report, not necessarily in your presentation, though, is that it points at other elements of the town that we live in that are very important. So, for example, if we're looking to increase housing for senior citizens, that will be something that the fire department is going to have to anticipate. If we anticipate on allowing buildings to be built taller, that is something that the fire department will have to anticipate. So there's a lot of things that we may do. We may approve, whether it be 66 affordable units set way back on the back of a place on Kondraki Lane or anything else that may or may not be an additional burden to the fire department itself. So I think not only do I hope, and I as long as I, you know, have the ability to influence this, I not only do I hope that this report will be used, but I also hope that the information that we glean from it will also help us inform other decisions. Not just about how we interact with the fire department, but also how we plan in response to how we might have to then,
accommodate otherwise. So anyway, I appreciate the report. I also appreciate the chief's accompanying letter, and but thank you. I may have more to say, but just wanted to give my initial thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question about the flow of this. Are we hearing from the chiefs and the public and then bring it back? Because I do have some notes, but I thought maybe I might want to hear.
Would you like to hear from
anyone
them
else
first?
who wanted to speak first? If that's
Of course, yeah.
It's
It's pretty wide open. I didn't have a firm, set of rules for how this was going to go.
Thank you.
There's no more questions directly of the consultant. Chief, would you like to comment? Would love to hear from you.
It'd be my pleasure. Good evening, everyone. Jim Buck, Fire Chief. So this is a culmination of a long process, and certainly a process that was started before I entered the department. So that puts me in a unique position, understanding where we are. But this is, I'm a leader of this department. This is our department, and I want to make that clear. And for, all the men and women that are here, they want to see how this unfolds. This is very meaningful. I think Municipal Resources did a very strong job of capturing that information, seeking that information, many, many interviews with all of the shifts, additional supporting agencies to get the information that they could. I do find, and you have my letter that I sent to the council that you referenced, and I want to, before we get a little bit deeper, I also want to thank Joe Marone, and in your time on the council and also throughout this whole process, he's certainly been very supportive of ensuring we had a good, comprehensive study of the fire department. So when I look at the report, I look and I see something that could be very beneficial. Councilor Reynolds just mentioned it. This could help inform future decisions as things come to you, and it also provides a very strong, comprehensive view of the fire service. There's a lot of good information in here. So as a report to the council, I think that's essential. As a report that the fire administration is going to act on, I'll tell you there are things where, sometimes there's active voice and there's passive voice. And I think sometimes in this, there's a lot of passive voice. There are things, and we heard Mr. Duggan mention the difference between roadmap and blueprint, and I think that's the perfect comment about this report, because it certainly gives a roadmap that we can follow and some recommendations that are things that, either we're currently doing or we have plans to do, that we will certainly include in our planning, especially as we talk about increasing community risk reduction efforts and outreach, things like that. But the active voice piece, I think, might have been a little bit muted. And I think that's maybe, some of my concerns where we could have gone further. It also could have recognized, I think, a little bit more in terms of the present efforts of some of our, very strong efforts within the department as really true leaders in paramedicine and in the EMS side. I don't think you'll find too many departments that can do what Wallingford Fire does on a daily basis, day in and day out. When you see the calls start stacking up, and how quickly and efficiently they handle. I received a phone call from a state representative today. One of his assistants was involved in a motor vehicle accident in Wallingford, and he wanted to pass on the very strong praise that he's been hearing on a regular basis from his assistant since this occurred about a week ago. And that phone call came about an hour before this meeting started. But I just bring that out because it's what they do every day. And our fire marshal's office, they are looking, they're a small, 3-person office. They have a lot of mandated inspections. Didn't really get into those percentages, didn't get into where we are. There's a lot of data there behind it. And I think it's important to show the narrative of what they do on a daily basis and then where can we expand. We did get some of where we can expand, but I don't think it properly captured all those pieces. This is a good report. It's one we're going to rely on. To your point, Councilor Reynolds, this isn't going to sit on a shelf. We're certainly going to be bringing it back to you. You may hear requests from me in the future, and this may be a part of it. The observation about Caneschi Lane and a building project, and what does that mean for the community? Well, it means a lot of things. You know what else is on Caneschi Lane is a volunteer firehouse. And, this could be, as I listened earlier, and I heard Councilor Versace talk about, affordable housing, bringing in firefighters. That could also be people that become volunteer firefighters right around the corner from the volunteer firehouse. So it all does tie in together to the whole community. So I think that's a really astute observation of looking at this. Maybe I'm looking at it from a very myopic view from fire administration, but I certainly see the value, and I appreciate the efforts from municipal resources. A lot of time was put into this, and it is a very comprehensive report. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have through the chair. Otherwise, I'll take a seat. Yeah.
Thank you. Did anyone wish to discuss anything with the chief at the moment? Not yet. Okay. At this point, anyone, I do also want to formally thank Councilor and Chairman Marone for shepherding this and seeing this through so tremendously. And thank him for helping me get through, getting this presented. And I would ask did you like to make any comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Joe Marone, 49 Powers Road. I just want to say thank you to you for allowing me to stay on to see this through to the end. This was a long process that I think was started by myself and Councilor Laffin when we saw some issues in the department. I think a lot in the department has changed, but I think the report sort of gives us a good, a good snapshot of where we were at the time the report was done. There's a lot of recommendations. This ends my road as far as this goes, but I'm sure the chief will carry on with some of the solid work that's being done already. And I think, from the cultural perspective, the report mentions in a few places some of the concerns that we had with the culture that we had identified before, which sort of led us down this road of the study. And I think that you can already see some of the culture turning around, and from my interaction with firefighters and so on. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, and thank you. Would anyone from the public like to? Yes, please, come on down. Just identify yourself and share what you have.
Good evening. Shock Page, President, Wallingford Firefighters, Local 1326. First, I'd like to thank the mayor, the council, and everybody for getting the study started. A couple of things that were brought up. Disclaimer, I am the union president, so I represent fire, EMS, and the marshal's office. I also am a deputy fire marshal, so I want to put that out there. One of the things in the bid, and one of the things that precipitated this, was a culture study. And although the department today represents nothing that it did in the past, and we do have an outstanding collaboration and we work extremely well together, ignoring or denying our past is a travesty. We use terms like never forget, never again, all these terms. And since 2022, the leadership of the union has been asking for help to look into the department. We saw it was coming. And it only was when major events finally occurred that this was pushed forward. To not address that, and we can absolutely say we are not there anymore, but to ignore it will allow it to be repeated. So that was part of the bid spec, and that was part of something I was actually expecting. This is a very good report, and I started reading it, and I was enthusiastic. It does a great job at discussing fire rescue staffing needs, EMS staffing needs, buildings, apparatus, and again, deputy fire marshal, I'm looking into this, and I'm going, where are we going to talk about the marshals? And then it's a page and a half. The marshal handed hundreds of documents, data, percentages. We are an office that has been the same size for nearly 5 decades. This evening you talked about 66 housing units, and all I thought about was 66 more inspectable units. We're looking to increase the town, but nothing was brought up as to what needs to be done, what aspects. We were looking for the same study. We were looking for manpower recommendations. We were looking for something that would allow our chief officers to advocate for us, which they do, and they're going to do in the budget, but it's missing from this report. And we keep hearing over and over again, the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, and we talk about, everybody's talked about fire, EMS, and the marshals are an afterthought. So I think that's a significant thing that's missing from here. And again, I think we need to really, really discuss the culture. So I'm not saying the report needs to go back. I just want to put on the record that we got here because we were in a bad place. We are no longer there. We can thank that. We can acknowledge that. We can embrace that and say we are. But if we deny where we came from, we're only going to allow it to happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I'll bring it back to the council. Councilor Tata, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're
All right.
welcome.
I got a bunch of notes. So just to start off, I do agree with Chief Buck and with Mr. Bache that as the customer, as the council, I too found the report, certain parts of it very thorough, and then other parts a little bit lacking. The culture part, I remember as a council, those of us who were on the council back then, that was something we added to the specs. I think it was a separate vote because we felt that was such a huge part of this, and I don't see a lot of that in the report. So that was a little bit disappointing. But moving on from that, as an elected official, I always thought my number one priority is public safety, because if we don't have a safe town, nothing else really matters. So this report was huge in kind of informing us of where we can maybe improve on things and what things we're doing well. But this was also just a snapshot in time, I think. And so a lot of the things that we see in here, even a lot of the recommendations, I think we've already done. I've seen the chiefs implement a lot of the things that, if we were to make a checklist of all these, I think we can check off a bunch of them. They're already happening, and not as a result of this report, but just because of a result of our leadership, recognizing them on their own. So that was a good thing. A few of the major things that I think, for me personally, I think are priorities that I would like us to maybe focus on. One of the things I've been talking about for several years up here in budget time and other times is 2 in, 2 out. We've talked about that a lot, and this report seems to confirm that 4 per engine should be our standard. We currently have 3 on most of our engines. That very frequently drops down to 2 because our paramedic goes on the ambulance, which the report recognizes. Then we're left with 2, and that's not a functioning fire crew, and that's not safe for anybody. So I'm hoping that in future budgets that we can recognize that. That's the standard, it's NFPA standards. That's just very commonly known that's what we should have, and we don't. And I don't want to let any of our people be harmed or hurt or killed because we want to save money. I just don't think that's a spot where we should be trying to save money. The expense side, it was noted in here that many of our expenses are covered through revenue, and I think some of the recommendations can actually be funded by that. So, for example, it talks about Medic 3 potentially becoming 24/7. The ambulance division creates a lot of revenue. I know last budget season we talked about this, and I was able to put some of the money from that back in because we hadn't recognized some of that revenue. So the revenue all goes to the general fund. It doesn't go back to the department. That's just the way, the town government and budgeting works. However, I think if we look at the revenues that would bring in, we might find that adding those extra hours might actually be covered by the revenues it brings in. So I like the focus on, what the department is bringing in, because there's not many departments in town that bring in that kind of money and kind of recoup some of their expenses. So when we talk about adding these things, I think hopefully we can focus on that at budget time, that a lot of this, a lot of the cost associated with this is also generated back. One of the things I don't know if it was in the study, but it kind of ties into that, is I think we can maybe take a look at who our, for lack of a better term, our heavy hitters are using the ambulance. Obviously, you saw this. There's several entities in town that use the ambulance service much more frequently than others. And while I don't think we should or could force anything, I do think that, we talk a lot about private-public partnerships, and I think there could be an opportunity there for some revenue just by talking to them, maybe just making people aware of the call volume of some of these entities, and just having a conversation with them of, hey, this is how much you're using it, as opposed to the general population. Like, is there anything you could maybe help out with? I just think those conversations might be time to just look into those coming up in this next budget. I guess this maybe ties back to the culture part that I thought was maybe a little bit lacking, but there were many interviews and experiences shared by our the members of our department. So I've heard, and that I don't think made it on paper. And I think that's kind of unfortunate, because I think the hope was with those interviews that was, they would lead to some sort of change and at least be documented. As Mr. Bates said, there's really not a lot of documentation of those. So I hope that they don't feel that was time wasted, or that, because we don't know what the result of those were. I hear, oh, there were a lot of interviews. I don't know what those interviews entailed. I'm not sure what the result of those are, and that wasn't really clear in the report. One other big item that stood out to me was call volume being up. So you had very specific numbers about call volume, which was great. Our call volume is way up from where it was, years ago. And then the time to escape a fire is drastically down, and that's not Wallingford. That's building materials and just the nature of it. So I think those pages were fascinating. The fact that our call volume is much higher, and our response time has to be much quicker than it did years ago. I think as a whole, I just wanted to comment that what we have in Wallingford is an anomaly in a good way. So you obviously have a lot of experience in different towns and municipalities and departments, but what we offer is not the norm at all. I think you could probably confirm that, but as far as our EMS service, our paramedic service, the things our paramedics do, not every town does RSI. We do that. We do high-level things. We do like technical rescue stuff. We have hazmat teams that are top. They know top players in that, if you want to call it that. We do everything top notch in Wallingford, and there's other towns, even surrounding towns in our state, where if you need a medic, you don't always necessarily have a paramedic, and I think we pride ourselves on always having that availability. And for me, that's something that's very important to me to offer our town. And I'm glad to see that this report showed that we are doing well. So as a whole, I think we're in a really great spot, and I appreciate the specifics of this. And I think hopefully we'll continue to work on some of these things where we can improve. But I'm very happy with where we are as a whole, and thank the fire department, the chiefs, the members, for everything that you do every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fishbein, you want to go? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
I guess I'm disappointed, the culture aspect. Because as I originally said when we voted to do this, I had no idea what people were talking about. And as I sit here now, I still have no idea what people are talking about with regard to the culture. The only thing I can readily identify is I know up until recently I perceived and I was told that there was a strained relationship between police and fire in our town. And I don't know if that's what's being talked about this culture thing, but I did recognize a few weeks ago that I was at a dinner and police and fire were there, and it was great. It was great to see that. So, you know, somebody wants to send me an anonymous email and just tell me what the issue is, please, so that in the future, I could identify maybe if I see it happening again, because obviously a bad thing, but I have no idea what this culture thing is. But I think you're on a healthy course from what I've seen. I mean, the other thing is when we had the candidate thing this past year, and you know, the chief came down and respected, you know, the union was meeting. I saw family that night, and that's great. So once again, no idea what the culture thing is. I wanted to ask the expert though. I heard about the fire marshal thing and staffing. In your professional opinion, based upon, I don't know if it's based upon population, I don't know if it's based upon residential units, commercial units, all of that stuff, do you think that our fire marshal staffing is understaffed?
I can answer that in multiple ways. I'm going to say in every municipality and department across this state, they're all understaffed. Based on the Connecticut general statutes, the regulations, the inspection frequency, the amount of inspectable properties, as Mr. Bates mentioned, the increase of inspectable properties that are coming to every municipality, whether it's through 830G proposals or just straight development, does put a strain on the fire marshal staff in order to get the inspections done. Again, the inspection frequency, your annuals, and once every 1 year, your biennials, your triennials, your quadrennials. You look back at your quadrennial inspections in the state of Connecticut, that were often your factory-based industrial that were covered by the state of Connecticut. We turfed it back to the municipalities in 2012 for effective in 2016, which was an unfunded mandate. Again, that's more stress and pressure. And as these developments come in, we're just not looking at inspections. And they can speak to it as well as I can. You're looking at plan reviews. One inspection may not just be one inspection. There's multiple re-inspections. One inspection could take 30 minutes. Another inspection, depending on what type of property it is, could take 3 hours. It could take a team of their entire fire marshal staff to complete the inspection in a day if it's a high hazard occupancy, et cetera. So could I say that they're understaffed? Yes, but I will say every municipality in terms of the fire marshal's office is understaffed as well.
No, I appreciate that. But, you know, at the end of the day, if we could prevent fires, which I think that's in my opinion, and I might be wrong, I'm a lawyer, not a fireman, right? You know, fire marshal, major portion is fire prevention. It's to make sure that the, you know, place is safe, and that if, God forbid, there was a fire, that people can get out and stuff like that. And if we don't have that kind of inspection, then we're more apt to have more fires where firemen get injured and people die.
I would tend to agree with you. That's where the building codes come in, your fire codes come in as well. I mean, my goal as a chief officer, as well as a certified fire marshal, not to say it because that suppression division is behind me, is to put the suppression business out of business. That would be the ultimate goal and the ultimate goal towards community risk reduction overall.
No, I appreciate that. And the other thing, you know, Councilor Tata talked about the enterprise, or the ambulance fund. You know, when we set up the ambulance originally, the intent was, and it was set up as an enterprise fund. It was supposed to pay for itself, and you know, the apparatus that was purchased was supposed to be funded through billing. You know, so I'm sort of hearing maybe we try something like that again. The problem that we had before, though, was the prices that we could pay, that we could charge. As a municipality, we are restricted, I think, more than others as far as what we can charge. There was a lot of write-offs going on. We spent a lot of time looking at that. You know, the prior administration was not apt to pursue bills that weren't paid, so we ended up changing it from an enterprise fund to what we have here today. So, you know, I'm certainly open to looking at something like that once again, because maybe it helps us. We're providing a service that other towns don't. Not every town, you know, some towns have to rely upon private ambulance. Here we are very, very lucky on many planes that we can offer this service to our public. You know, I'm pretty confident when, you know, I'm 60 years old. When I get halfway up the stairs and I got that little pang in my chest, I'm certainly confident that if I pick up the phone, I got an ambulance here in town, right? Not everybody can do that. So I appreciate the report. I appreciate all of the discussion here tonight. So
And I could speak to that briefly, and as well as what Council Tada's comments were, and I can always defer to the people that actually operate the system. But I will agree with you, living in the general area, working in the general area, working with this department in various professional, personal capacities, it is a fantastic department. The personnel are top-notch, and I would agree with you. To your challenge of VMS revenue, you mentioned your high-frequency flyers, and most of those are probably going to be your skilled nursing facilities, et cetera, where you are challenged by Medicare and Medicaid reimbursements. And that's where that trying to navigate that problem is going to be a challenge overall. So as they continue to reduce those available funding streams.
Councilor Risacci.
Thank you. I just wanted to start off by saying, first of all, when I had the opportunity to meet with Chief Buck, I was extremely impressed with how data-driven he was. We looked at a lot of reports that he's looking at on a weekly basis to make improvements, and I know there was some mention of not using data, and that may be just from the old regime, but I can tell you for who is in leadership now, they're definitely constantly looking at data. Secondly, I just wanted to say, I think specifically on the recommendation for the fire department to run the townwide community risk reduction plan and be in charge of that, I think that it would be good if we also incorporated that into our POCD plan as we're working on that now. And also related to community growth and development. If there's anything in this report that we can now incorporate in our POCD report to make sure if there's any grants available later, that everything is written in that POCD report. So if there are things that we think are good, strong recommendations, if we can transfer those over to our POCD report, I think that would be great. And then lastly, one of the recommendations was changing the definition of a capital purchase would increase the flexibility of the department. It was stated that 10K is the standard, and it would have reduced the request from 64 to 13 if ours was at the 10K standard. So that may be something that we want to take a look at. I don't know if that's looking at the purchasing policy, but that may be something that we may want to look at to give the chief more flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Laffin.
Thank you. Thank you for providing the report. It was a very, very long road, as Councilor Marone had mentioned, spawned from financial questions that led to an exposure of a cultural issue that, to the credit of the firefighters that really pushed through and stuck through, did not let it affect the service to the town. So much so that people still aren't sure exactly what it was, but I can tell you now from all the feedback I've received that everybody's very happy now with the changes that have come. And so thank you to all of them that we tried to get a study done earlier, and we didn't get enough votes, and everybody kind of stayed on course, didn't blow anything up, and just worked again to get it done eventually. Now we have, I think, an important tool for our new leadership to have in the toolbox and refer to going forward. So just thank you for that, and then thank you and good luck to our new department's leadership.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a follow-up about something we talked about before, but first I just wanted to, I was remiss to thank, I guess, Citizen Marone, but former Chairman Marone for your help with this and for seeing it through. Some of you were talking about how this came to be, and I think it was one of my first things I heard about when I was first elected. I think it was Councilor Marone and Laffin said, like one of the big priorities was we have to figure out this fire department stuff. And I was like, well, what are we talking about? What fire department stuff? And then, so I dug in, really dug in over the next few years and tried to understand the system and what was going on. And just to your point, that this has been a long time coming, and so I'm glad we finally got this product. One thing I wanted to touch on, Councilor Fishbein was talking about, so I don't know if you can maybe confirm this if it came out in the research or if somebody else here can confirm it. I've heard through the grapevine a few times that we're not charging, I guess from my understanding is there's allowable rates we can charge Medicare and Medicaid, and those are set by some entity. I don't know if it was I think we have like an ambulance commission that was set, and that they were set lower than they could have been, and we are now like stuck with that for a certain amount of years. Is that anything that came out, or can anybody speak to that? Because I hear about this, but I never have gotten the.
From my perspective, I mean, for me professionally, Medicare and Medicaid rates are set at the federal level and trickle down to the state, whether it's the ambulance commission here in town. I don't believe it was CIA. I don't know if the chief knows specifically.
Chief, yeah, please, Chief.
Thank you. And I want to say, when you dive into something and research it, you really do, our department member. So as it relates to billing, yes, there is an ambulance committee that is the structure in town, and the ambulance committee is informed with data that comes from the state. And Deputy Chief Schaefer can give even greater detail about the granular nature of that if you request that. But the key is that yes, there are ceilings. And those ceilings are set, but they're set annually. And so then it's kind of a case where the process follows along. We get that information from the state that informs the ambulance committee, who then votes on it. They typically go along with the recommendation, and we then instruct our billing third party, who does the billing for the department. And I want to mention, our billing is about 90% recovery, which is really high. We're in a really good place here. They do a great job. And that then sets that billing rate. So that is where, when you see our revenue projections in the budget, you will see, things as they begin to tick up. Councilor Fishbein hit on it, that, we want to see that movement. That really comes from when those votes happen at the ambulance committee. Chief Schaefer, was there anything you wanted to add or expand on? Okay.
Man, a few words.
Did that answer the question?
It does. So just to follow up, so basically we have a chance, well, the ambulance committee has a chance to review that annually within the parameter, within the ceilings that are set by the state.
That's correct. As a matter of fact, the mayor's aide, Corey, she's always on top of it. She's got a reminder. She reached out to me probably about 2 weeks ago saying, hey, just a tickler on our calendar, we need to set an ambulance committee. We're not ready for that yet because the information from the state hasn't come down. So once that comes in, then that's when we set the ambulance committee meeting and set that up.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief. Yeah, so maybe that's just something we want to keep on our radar too, now that we're kind of getting into this. And then, Chief, just remind me one more. I just wanted to also thank, this report did talk about the administrative side, not the chiefs necessarily, but the office, administrative support in the office. And, I think we don't recognize them a lot, but we have some fantastic people there too. In billing, like our billing rates are great. We're recouping a lot, higher than a lot of other departments are getting. So we have some great people working there too. So I'm glad the report also captured that side. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Reynolds.
I have one more question. So, and this stuck out to me before, and I didn't mention it. I'm just curious, the strategic recommendation 8, which was the mobile integrated health community paramedicine. If the town were interested in doing that, what would that require? And if, I mean, like how many people, et cetera, if interested? I'm just curious to know because this is based on sort of like what we already have that we could expand. So I was just curious, what would that entail? How many more people, money, et cetera? Like what would how would that roll out?
I think that's where that feasibility study comes in, working with OMS and other healthcare agencies, especially Hartford Healthcare. There aren't a lot of mobile integrated health systems within existing departments now. I know there's a couple departments that we're looking at West Hartford, I believe, City of West Haven as well. I'll be honest, it's not an area that's familiar to me. I didn't work in a system that had paramedicine or did that, and I still don't now in terms of at the department level. If Mr. Duggan is still online, I know it's somewhat more prevalent in the West and possibly up in Massachusetts. I'll let him jump in and answer that question for me.
Yep, so what we saw is mobile integrated health was a strategic opportunity. And the reason why we said there needed to be a feasibility study is that needs to really be fleshed out as to what's the extent of that opportunity and how could it be sort of developed moving forward. So it needs to start off with partnerships. The whole point of mobile integrated health is to sort of take a community-wide look at healthcare, look at how the 911 system is used, try and prevent excessive use of the 911 system where other strategies may be more effective. Look at having sort of resources go out, provide healthcare that would prevent emergency room visits and overtaxing either the ambulances and or the emergency room visits. So it's something that across the country is becoming very successful, but it has to be fleshed out on an individual basis, and there also has to be the cost and revenue component of it. Typically what we see is it's much more of a Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 type operation, where adding a couple of people and having a schedule built and also keeping them somewhat free to handle major emergencies and augment the response is sort of the model that we've proposed and seen be successful in other communities. But it starts off with that partnership, it starts off with the discussion, and then needs to build from there. And that's why this is really a strategic report versus an operational report that would be more defined in how to do some of these things. This looks at the strategy of an opportunity here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I had something that just stuck out to me when I was looking at the call response charts and saw that there were 713 false alarms. Now, that's 2 a day. And I'm just curious, maybe even the chief can answer, but is this, how many of these are schools? How many of these are people pulling an alarm? How many of these are just systems that go off by mistake? And how do you have to, does that literally require apparatus response? And then the second question is, is there any way do we find people for this? In any way, shape, or form?
So I think the first thing to note is that we don't respond to a false alarm, so to speak. We respond to an activated alarm or a report of an alarm. So that's what we're responding to. What happens is then on the incident reporting piece, that is when it gets coded as a false alarm because that's what we found. Now sometimes it's an alarm that was activated due to a malfunction.
Right.
Occasionally it is some other type of issue. Sometimes it is a malicious false alarm where somebody is, pulling a pull station or activating the alarm in another manner. I don't think the statistics that we're responding to, false alarms, are remarkable in the fire service. I think they're in line with what you see with industry norms.
Okay.
We heard a little bit before, too, about community risk reduction and fire protection. I attended a session today that the state fire marshal mentioned, and she's been persistent with municipalities that have a fire fatality. Unfortunately, Wallingford had a fire fatality last year, so we went through that process. Her data showed that 29% of the fire fatalities in Connecticut last year in 2025 were at a scene that had a working installed smoke alarm. Now that kind of flies in the face of everything we hear, get smoke alarms installed, that'll solve the problems, that's what we need. So there's more to the picture, and that ties into the whole community risk reduction. Sometimes people are living in unsafe places. There's other components of it. Sometimes there's a mental health component. So we definitely need that whole town approach to that. But the false alarms themselves, that's not a remarkable number.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Brian, Councillor Rivard, would you like to speak? I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Hey, what I said there while I was muted, such rich dialogue here amongst so many people. I love the chief's comment about a true community approach in support of safety and services. I too want to say thank you to those before who were willing to pursue this and see it to its conclusion. All the folks named. In my experience, culture is built by kind of good folks who are committed to be self-reflective, and then the people involved are always looking to continuously improve. And I think one thing I got from the dialogue in the report is Wallingford is on a really solid footing because of the people involved. I took away several learning points in reading the report, and I think what I'm hearing tonight is everyone wants to continue the momentum, and that it's moving in the right direction. And the next steps are probably, which areas of opportunity are the ones that, get folded in, and in what ways that both the personnel and the chief and ourselves want to integrate those. Melanie made a good comment, POCD. There was comments on how the budget addresses some of these. There are various elements that are already implemented. I don't know if it's I don't know where we go from here as a council body. I'm sure the chief and all of the staff are going to keep us honest, but I don't know if there's a process or a touch point of the future, or how do we keep a pulse on some of these as I don't want it to die on the vine, any of this, for the items that people think are worthwhile. And, that's what I want to see us follow up on. I don't know what that process is, but it feels like we shouldn't, just leave it from here, because it is really, really good work, in my opinion, to be looking at things, even if we don't agree with all of it. There might be some opportunities there. So those are my comments. I know they're general, but thanks for listening to them.
Okay. If there's nothing else from anyone, I want to thank you. Oh, I apologize.
Sorry, one more
All right,
question.
come on back.
I debated asking this, but I'll throw it out there. So, as the council, as the customer, it sounds like we did feel like there's a little bit lacking, or at least some of us feel like there's a little bit lacking in the culture aspect, and then maybe with the fire prevention division or fire marshal aspect. Can we, or would the council want to ask for more enhanced detail on those two aspects? I mean, would you be okay with that, or would the council even want that? I just feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't throw it out here before we wrap this up. So I don't know if anyone wants to opine on that. Thank you.
My first instinct would be to say something we could get from our administration, fire administration. But are you asking, can we ask the consulting firm to do some more?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they have all the data already. I think they did extensive interviews, extensive questioning, and if there's just those two aspects that we felt were a little bit lacking, if everyone felt those were a little bit lacking, if maybe they wouldn't want to just do like an addendum, just addressing in a little bit more detail those two aspects. I didn't know if the council was interested in that or not.
Councilor Laffin, you wanted to respond?
I'm good if the administration is good. That sounds like to me that, I mean, I think this kind of closes the book on what has been a several-year project and an investigation. And if the chiefs have questions about that they feel are unresolved, I'm fine handing that off. I've never wanted to micromanage the fire department or hover even. It just felt like it became necessary at one point that we kind of grew into that position. So I'm okay being all set and done. If the data exists, and that's a conversation that the chiefs can have and get some additional questions, then that's fine with me. But I don't want to create another thing we have to pay for, or kind of go back for another report or another presentation. That's just how I feel about it.
Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we were pretty careful when we started this, that we recognized that we were looking for this report. And certain individuals had identified in a clandestine manner a culture issue. And I know I was pretty specific to say, since I still don't know what this culture issue is, I'd like to know who's going to describe to the vendor what the culture issue is so they can investigate the culture issue. And I still sit here without an answer. And, you know, I've always been very supportive of rank and file. And I've got the union president who represents the workers who I think I heard about the culture issue originally from that individual, but he was respectful of the process and didn't want to go into that and perhaps sully the process, is making the request, in effect. And I have to, in good faith of the process, respect that request. So I still don't know. I'm in favor of more information, especially the culture and the fire marshal staffing issue. Those are the two that have been brought to my attention tonight. So I am supportive of that, but once again, I asked the question, since it didn't appear in the report, a lot of interviews were done. I would think that this culture question came up during the interviews, whether it was in the report, maybe it was taken out of the report. I think there are questions that need to be answered so that we can identify if something like that happens in the future. Because otherwise, we're just talking like I'm talking around an issue, which isn't the proper way to deal with that when we're dealing with members of public safety and especially rank and file. So that's my perspective.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Laffin.
What I heard tonight and what I've heard is that the culture issue is more or less resolved. And I think that was resolving, or at the time that the thing started. I mean, we could go back and talk about everything that happened in the past. The other request that I think Councilor Tata had asked about are the fire marshals. Are there enough, right, staffing? So, I mean, we got an answer. It's yes, there's not enough, but it's like that everywhere. So, I mean, how much then do the chiefs want to go from there? I mean, we got our answer. I don't know what metrics matter at that point. Hiring 1 or 2 or 3, or I don't know. So that's my take on it. But I don't know how much paper we need to have to get more details than that.
Councilor Carmody.
Good evening, Chief Heath. Thank you for being here and for all your work on this study. I'm losing my voice, but you know, I agree with the study that it said that this department is so incredibly well respected by this town, and that is true. And we are seeing this positive momentum continue, and we want to see that continue under Chief Buck and work with him to use this as a tool and a resource to help continue move this department forward. I just want to respond to Councilor Fishbein's point. I agree with him. I think there seems to be a couple unanswered questions here. Mr. Bache came down and I think made some good points. And so I would like to see us pursue finding out a little bit more about the climate that has been going on over the last 2 years. Even though we are seeing progress being made, I think it's important to identify. So that would be my position on that.
So what would this entail? What are you asking for? Councilor Fishbein?
I think since, and I don't know his rank, we keep on saying Mr. Bache, but I'm sure he's got a rank.
Marshall.
Okay, Fire Marshal Bache. Since he's the one who represents the rank and file, he's the one who's identified a culture issue. I don't see how, I think it would be appropriate if our vendor met with him, identified the culture issue, they were able to put that together with whatever information that they obtained through the course of their investigation and get us some sort of report. And that way they don't have to go back and interview people. They already did their interviews. I would think these things came up at the interviews. So you have a identified source that is the leader of rank and file, talking to the vendor, and you issue a report. That's it. That's what I would propose.
Please. No, hold on, Joe.
Shock Page, President 1326. I just want to point out, a comment was made, you guys did pay for it. In the bid spec, there's 3 sections, 3 identified sections. Deployment, function, including but not necessarily limited to, and then it talks about fire and EMS. The second part is feasibility and option of fire service delivery systems. That's number 2. And number 3, culture of the department. It's 1/3 of the bid spec. You guys did pay for it. So it was important. The council made a motion to include it. It was unanimously adopted. And as I said earlier, I think we need to it was paid for. From a taxpayer, I'm not a taxpayer in the town, unfortunately, but from a taxpayer point of view, it was paid for. So I think it needs to be completed. Thank you.
Well, so you're suggesting it hasn't been a...
Well, it says right in it, in the spec, 3, culture of the
Right.
department. The culture study shall look at the relationship between labor and management, the morale of the department, and possible suggestions for improvement. It's its own section of the bid, and it was agreed to, and it was part of the, I'm assuming part of the cost. I don't get involved with that, but I'm assuming that's what you guys evaluated. And then when the fee came out for the service, you said, okay, these are the things that we're going to get. So just from a bid perspective, I know the question was, are we going to pay more? I don't think you should. I think you paid for it.
And I appreciate you speaking up. And so there's more you'd like to see in this report.
I think we need to acknowledge what got us here.
Great.
I don't disagree. We are not the same department. The chief and I meet almost daily. We talk things out, but to go back, before Chief Buck, he walked into a department with 5 labor charges. The labor charges were for anti-union animus, retaliation. They were significant. There was a grievance about using an outside agency to go after somebody's career that was dismissed in 20 minutes. These were things that Chief Buck and Chief Shaw cleared up, but they could only do that when they became in charge. So that's what perpetuated this study. Those were the final straws, and we need to acknowledge that. These 3 gentlemen are outstanding. We could not ask for 3 better fire chiefs. We can talk, we can disagree, but we shake hands, we walk away, we understand where everybody came from. Everything we went through was worth it for today to get the administration we have. And I don't know how many people would say that. The grief we went through, I'll say it again, was worth everything to get to where we are today. But by not acknowledging it, when they leave, when I leave, when most of my board leaves, there are people that may come back. And we need to make sure that we've learned from the lessons, and when you guys are interviewing their successors, you understand this. And you say, this is what we're not going to go back to. We asked for this study over a 3-year period, and it was only when things got so bad that it was finally done. We can't ignore that. That's just our stance. So, thank you.
I appreciate that. I'm just simply trying to get specifically what are we looking for?
I'm not going to name names. Listen, there's open litigation. I'm not going to name names. I'm going to say straight out this. We were in a bad spot.
Right, and I knew that.
We lost one chief administrator in a 24-hour period because of actions and outside agencies, and an allegation was proven correct. We had another one that, retired and moved on. That's great, but was also a significant actor in the retaliation and in the discrimination and the adverse work actions. And Chief Buck got hired while all that occurred. So I'm saying we can't just deny it. And I understand we can acknowledge that we're no longer there. But it was important enough for a motion to be made to include it into the original spec, and that it was unanimously adopted by the council. So at that time, it was, we want this. So, like I said, I'm reading the report, very excited fire and EMS, very excited apparatus, buildings, and then it just kind of dropped. I was waiting for that excitement to read the culture part. 1/3 of the bid spec. That's just not there. And to hear Councilor Fishbein say he doesn't know what it is, I take that as almost I didn't do my job, because back to 2022, I have emails to everybody that was on the council at that time and the previous mayor and everything saying, here, we need help, we need help. So if we didn't express that better, that was my responsibility to express it to you. So if you're still confused, I'm sorry, and that's what I was hoping, that an independent, outside, non-skewed perspective can let you know what the problems were, so that you would understand. And then you could see where we're no longer.
And if I could have a minute through the chair, when you get a second.
Yes.
So again, I'm Director of Fire and EMS Services and sort of the lead for the project. So a lot of our work, and let's take sort of one segment at a time, let's start with fire prevention, involved looking at operations. So Joe had asked us to really refine this document to be a strategic view for the council. And to tell you the truth, we did a lot of work focusing on the strategic view and stepping away from some of the operational perspective, which would include more in-depth community risk reduction and fire prevention. But that is information that along the way, we did have discussions with the command staff. We did share with the chief himself. And I'm sure he could verify that there was a lot of operational focus as we initiated the project. Again, we didn't want to have this be an overwhelming 200-page document. We were asked to make it strategic, to have an executive summary for the council, to be that roadmap that people were looking for. So I think on fire prevention, there were more layers of the onion, and some of that has been shared with the chief. As far as culture, we did look at culture. Several recommendations within the report focus on labor management, not only sort of on page 6, it talks about sort of what the relationship was. And we did hear time and time again of the strife, the conflict of the past, yet we also heard an equally and perhaps more compelling theme that was behind us. Now, you could certainly hire us to do an internal investigation into the past and provide what that detailed. But when we look at culture, we were convinced by the compelling arguments presented by members of the rank and file, members of the command staff, stakeholders in the community, adjacent chief officers that we spoke to, that there was a new day in the department, and the culture and conflict of the past was not there, to the point that as we debated what goes in the report, we really chose to focus on the current state of the organization, which is our job, and the future potential. And that's really what a strategic report, which is what we were asked to produce, is all about. And I agree with the union president, you don't want to forget the past. We acknowledge that, but we purposely chose not to delve into it, because when we talk about culture, we talk about what's present today and what the potential is for the future. So if people want a more detailed perspective on that, I would suggest that the best source of that is to have the union president and the chief come together and lay out for the council exactly what that is. We're certainly willing to do it through an investigation, but it's something that, as it was in the past, and it was stressed to us that this is a new day, we took the path that we did, and we stand behind that. We believe we have fully focused on the scope and completed that scope.
Thank you. Yes, Chief.
All right, so we're going to do this. So I think here's the bottom line. You just heard Brian Duggan talk a bit about what they discovered in those interviews. I wasn't in those interviews. I also wasn't here when a lot of this was going on, but I'm going to tell you what I saw when I walked in the department. So I think we need to do this, and I think we need to hear this now. That what I saw when I walked in the department was a department full of people here committed to do the job, but afraid to step outside that line. And you know when an organization thrives is when people have the confidence in themselves and in their leadership that they can make a mistake. Now look, we work in a very, very hazardous profession. And I'm not talking about making a mistake on the fire ground. I'm talking about making a mistake by, hey, Chief, is this something we could do? Hey, I think we could be better if we did this. And I saw an organization that would have had their head chopped off if they made some of those comments to the wrong person in the wrong way. That is not the organization today. So this is kind of paraphrasing where we were and where we are, because I wasn't here during those years. And please, Shock, if you think I'm saying something inaccurate, let me know. But I feel like that is important for you to know. The organization could not be what it is and be what it can be when you put a lid on it. And I think that's what we saw. So hopefully that helps provide a little of the clarity Councilor Fishbein was looking for as it relates to the culture. This isn't to take the place of the study, but I think when you hear what Brian Duggan just said, that's what they're alluding to is those culture issues. The clash goes far deeper than what I'm describing, but I'm telling you what I witnessed from the people here to do the job, and they want to do a great job for you. So I think that was important for me. I didn't want Shock standing here by himself and no corroboration with what was going on. All right? That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm asking the questions because I want to make sure that if there's something we can still do, we do it understanding what you might think is still missing. That's why I'm asking these questions myself. So where do we want to go? I mean, there's people suggesting we ask for more. What and how? Go ahead, Councilor Fishbein.
I found the meeting to be very refreshing. I've learned a lot tonight. I think I understand more about the culture issue, quite frankly. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that. As a member of the council, though, I'm constrained on what I can do with regard to appeasing that, and I think the best we could have done was to get the report, and I think in the wake of the report, maybe even while the report was being put together, some changes were made that wouldn't have happened had the report not been ordered. So I think to that extent, we filled a hole, we met a goal. So the issue is, do we rehash? Do we, because there's certain legal avenues that you can go down to assert certain claims, and I don't know that those avenues are still available. So what is the intent and purpose of now going down that road? So based upon what I've heard tonight, I'm satisfied to move forward. So that's where I am. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay. All right, I think at this point, I think there's a lot to digest here, a lot to think about. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the chief and the membership of the department. It was a great experience for me, being professionally and personally close to the department. So,
I mean, I think it'll be useful if any of us have any particular questions or interest in anything to speak directly to some folks, which I know I'm going to do. And if we want to bring this back for further discussion, we will do so. But there is at the end of the day, the bottom line for me is I'm incredibly encouraged by the way I see things right now, without question. That's what's in my head. I'm just so encouraged by where the department is, where it's going. I don't need to have the question of what the culture was like explained to me. I'm pretty sure I understand it and understood it. And I'm so pleased to see things have changed. So that's what I mean when I say, what would we really be looking for? But at this point, let's call it a night on this and take it up again if we need to. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here, for all of your attention, and for all that you do for us.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Last item, it's back. I had a couple of counselors ask me if they could reconsider what we voted on last meeting regarding the change in the council rules. But we really don't need to go through any Robert's Rules type of thing of recalling or reconsidering. Those kind of have to do with same day or next day. But the bottom line is there are rules, and we could bring up anything we want in any meeting and talk about anything we want, make decisions anytime we want. So we made one primary change to the rules at the last meeting. And a couple of people said they wanted to reconsider that. So the floor is yours. Councilor Allenson, is there something you wanted to suggest?
So I was just going to suggest that we add back the chairman's discretion to the verbiage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really the only point of discussion that I have.
Great. Just obviously, I sent to all of you that one little section of the rules that we changed. So we know what we're talking about. Councilor Versace, did you have something you wanted to suggest? Or does anyone have anything they wanted to suggest? Go ahead.
So it was definitely just along the same lines, is just to change the language back. So I don't know if I need to make a motion.
Not yet. Or just, no,
Okay.
just discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to change it back to at least the discretion of the chair. I was sort of singularly focused on wanting to have the ability to work with my council colleagues, but sort of forgot for a second what it felt like to feel like you were silenced. And so I wanted to make sure that I brought that piece back because the public comment is very important to me. It's actually one of the reasons why I decided even to get into politics in Wallingford, was sort of feeling silenced related to some education issues. So I would never want anyone in the public to feel in any way that they were being silenced. So I would like to put the discretion back to the chair.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to note, I just think it was ironic that the public comment being restored is a result of public comment. So I think, I was against, I still stand by what I voted for. I still think I would prefer to say at any workshop, there will be 20 minutes of public comment at the end, taking the discretion away from the chair. I think that's a better way to do it so that we know for sure there will be public comment at any workshop, but we can put a limit on it. So I think that eliminates the fear of some that maybe, there's so much public comment that we, can't get any work done, but it still allows it, and it's there, and we know it's going to be there. It's not the discretion of any one person. It will be here. There will be 20 minutes for it, and then maybe the 20-minute time limit can be at the discretion of the chair. So the same way we do it during a meeting, right? We have 20 minutes of public comment. If the chairman decides it needs to go longer, then that can happen. So I still stand by that. I think I threw it out at the last meeting and it didn't go anywhere, but that would be what I would support over what's currently written. Thank you.
Okay, so I literally can't find what I sent to all of you, but anyway, yeah, thank you. But so how would you suggest wording it?
I would say,
And we're just workshopping right
yeah, exactly. So I'm just looking at that one part, which is Roman numeral 4, where you highlighted at any workshop, public comment is not mandatory. I would change that to say, at any workshop, 20 minutes of public comment will be had at the end of the meeting. The 20 minutes may be extended at the discretion of the chair.
Okay, so we're looking at that phrase.
Oh, and then we would want to add, except as noted in 12B3.
Yeah, that's always, that's
remain.
always
That
added.
would remain, yep.
Councilor Laffin.
Okay. I would not support the motion as it is. I'd be okay going back with at the discretion of the chair, period, because we just talked forever about this fire report we had done, and it's a tool in the toolbox. The purpose of the workshop is supposed to be a tool in our toolbox to have an opportunity, if, not even that we have to use, but if we need to use it. Adding the 20 minutes at the end actually does not even appease what the argument was misrepresented as online. That would be, the discussion's over, now you get to talk for 20 minutes, but the discussion's over, it's the end of the meeting. If you're gonna do the public comment, then pull up the chair and let everybody sit with us, or let them talk during the meeting like they normally do. Leaving it at the discretion of the chair allows the chair to decide if and how long it should go. Tonight we had some public comment, but we had one person that had multiple public comments. So is it possible that we would come for a workshop that might last 20 minutes of council participation, and then one person in the audience talking by themselves for 20 minutes, just at the end, because now we put it at the end. I think, look, I'm accessible. We're all accessible. You can call me, you can text me, you can email me, you could post on Facebook, you can tag me, you can direct message me. You can find me dining in New Haven, as happened a couple weeks ago, and talk to me for 25 minutes about a concern or issue you have. You can stop me at my daughter's soccer game, and I will gladly talk to you, even when I'm not being able to watch the game the whole time. We are everywhere, and there's a public hearing option, and there's public comment during the beginning of the meeting, and then there's public comment during every agenda item issue. To say that we have one sliver of an option to maybe just talk, witnessed and recorded, I think is not too much to ask. I'm not even saying we use it all the time. Again, we went years without using it because we didn't have it, and we were fine. But if we're going to have it, then have a workshop. Otherwise, get rid of the whole workshop. Who cares? Just have regular meetings. I don't understand what the difference is. Then we don't need a workshop. Just have meetings. You have special meetings and regular meetings. All of them have public comment. So that's what happened for years. We had no workshops. And that was not communicated in the online discussion either.
No.
So any of the uproar or bullying that people received was based on on limited presentation. It's that simple. I think by having it say, allowed at the discretion of the chair, I understood Councilor Fishbein's original argument, which was by removing that, it would make the expectation clear that the public would not be entitled to speak. But allowing the discretion of the chair, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe somebody shows up that we've never seen before, and they're like, I have a thing about this, and it would be helpful. That allows the chair to make a decision and do something about it.
Thank you. I've always read this as the discretion would be exercised and the establishment of the workshop, not during a workshop, but it could be either way. I think the idea was, we're going to have a workshop on this, but in this case, we will be entertaining public comment. I don't know what it could be. Could have been tonight. I've always thought about this as budget workshops. So it's the only workshops we ever have. And I've always said, we have the public hearing where people can question the departments, but our workshops are our opportunities to ask questions of the departments. And it can be lengthy, it can be involved, and every time if I say something like that, someone's going to say, "Oh, so you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. We elected you, but you don't want to waste your time with us." And that's not what I'm saying. Definitely not what I'm saying, because people will have the time and other times to comment, but it was the budget workshops primarily I was concerned about, so that they didn't, and departments weren't required to be here for 6 hours, because every department that we had a question of was then going to be questioned by the public, when their opportunity to question the department is the public hearing. That's all it was. It was not to say to people, we don't care what you have to say. The workshops were an added tool that we had to work together and to get our questions answered. And in no case can we take any action at workshops. We can't make motions, we don't do anything. It just allows us to gather information and work amongst ourselves. So you actually made a motion, so to add the comment about the 20 minutes. So right off the bat, I'm going to take a vote on that. Wait, I'm sorry. Brian, did you want to say something about that?
No, I was just letting you know in case you guys can't see it on your end. I think Autumn's had her hand up
Good.
for quite some time.
Okay, thank you. I'm missing that. Autumn, did you have a comment on this, the motion about adding the 20 minutes to the workshops?
Yes, first of all, I don't know if it was a motion considering it was, there was no second.
No, there was.
I'm sure there will be.
No, there was
Oh, okay.
actually.
I
Yeah,
see.
Craig seconded it.
Okay, not on mic. Cool. So I'm opposed to this for the reasons that Tom mentioned. I was hesitant to even bring up this issue again. As many of you may know, I think that like really what this ends up being is a concern where the fact has proven itself. I simply mentioned that we are very accessible last time we met. And as a result, I have had several narrations and miscontextualized statements about what I said in the last meeting. I may have used a poor choice of words when I said, I don't care about public comment, but that was, of course, the only thing somebody snipped again. And that is not what I said, what I meant, and it is not the message that should have been taken away. I have since read all of the things that have been written about me because I thought maybe I should value public comment, but the reality is that the public comment that I am receiving is by the same individuals who continuously pull themselves up a chair and tend to make a lot of allegations against the council when they disagree with our points. I do believe in some ways that this form of online bullying or manipulation is, again, proving its point as to the effectiveness of some of the parties who would comment, which is why I also am okay with adding back the discretion of the chair. However, for the same reasons that Councillor Laffin mentioned regarding some people just will pull themselves up a chair for 20 minutes and continue to talk. I am opposed to just blanket adding 20 minutes of comment to the end of every workshop. I am actually fine at this point if we left it how it is, but I can support the council in a change back to the discretion of the chair. I think that's really all I have to say on either matter. But since this tied into this motion, I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to make one comment on that. And I wanted to, well, I didn't address it online when we all know what we're talking about when I say online. But I think Councillor Allenson has been horribly mistreated online based on that phrase, I don't care about public comment or whatever, because that's not, I know that's not what she meant. My understanding of it was the issue of the public comment was not what she was concerned about in that discussion. And her poor choice of words, if for lack of a better term, sounded like she was saying, I don't care about public comment, which is ludicrous. And to imply that that's what she really meant and then to beat on her the way they did online is despicable. So anyway, That's just my little bit of defense of you in that respect. Anyway, let's just
I
take a...
appreciate it,
Go ahead.
Chairman.
We've got an
I said
item on
Chairman.
here where someone wants to change the rules to add the 20 minutes at the end of public comment. So let's, yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I voted against the rule change. The reason why I voted against the rule change was because I felt that the compromise that already existed in terms of it being at the discretion of the chair seemed fair enough, and it was discussed in my prior term. I agree with Councilor Laffin. I don't think it's a bad idea to put 20 minutes on at the end of the meeting, but I think as a compromise or a change, I don't know if it would accomplish what a lot of the folks who are interested in speaking at the meetings would get at. Specifically to Councilor Laffin's point, it will be at the end. They won't have the ability to comment on things or influence in between. I also understood completely where Councilor Allenson was coming from in terms of wanting an avenue where we could all sort of discuss and talk, because a lot of the rules around what we are allowed to say to each other, what constitutes as a meeting, what we can say, what we can't say, what we can talk about before meetings and things, there are a lot of things in place that require us to do things in front of people. So to Councilor Allenson's point, it is a welcome opportunity for us to be able to all talk about, say, the budget. So for example, in the last year, when we came to budget time, there were two camps primarily that had ideas, but there were other people who also had ideas as well, and some went as far as to express, well, I had ideas tonight, but I didn't get a chance to have them hashed out. I think in a workshop, we probably could have vetted some of those ideas, we could have discussed them more, and maybe not had as long of a discussion at the actual meeting where we ended up having to vote and decide. So I completely get where the idea to have a workshop with no comment came from, only so that it could be an expedited meeting where we could all discuss instead of stopping comment. Not to say that comment isn't welcome, not to say that that great ideas don't come from the public. I just get it, now having been on for a term, that we are somewhat hamstrung by what we can and cannot do, and sometimes it would foster collaboration that might actually make us work better together. So I voted against the rule change primarily because I thought it was a grand bargain that was already achieved before, that put workshops back in play, that allowed the discretion of the chair. I still like the idea of the discretion of the chair. I do think the 20-minute compromise isn't a bad idea, but I do agree with Councilor Laffin that if we put 20 minutes at the end, people will feel like they didn't get to speak when they wanted to, and even though no votes or actions can take place during a workshop, they still feel, they still may feel excluded or may feel like they weren't able to contribute in real time. So those are my thoughts. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yes. Councilor Tatum.
Thank you. So the reason I don't like at the discretion of the chair, I'm going to blame this on Joe Marone. So very early on in the last term, I was vice chair and Joe was chair, and there was an item, and I forgot what the item was, but I remember that somebody in the public really wanted to speak on it, and I knew that. They had called me that day, we had talked about it, they really wanted to comment on this item, and he closed it and went to the next item, and I whispered to him, are you gonna go to public comment? And he said no. It wasn't an action item, it was a discussion, and this person was very, very upset that they didn't get a chance to speak at a public meeting and like voice their concern, and there was nothing I could do about that. I asked him, and he didn't. You know, I see you looking at me. I know what you're going to say. I could have appealed the ruling of the chair, right? Yeah. And I didn't. But there's also no guarantee if you appeal the ruling of the chair that like you're going to win. Like maybe the rest of the council was like, no, that guy, we don't want to hear from him. But if you have I just don't get what the big deal is about having just saying we're going to have 20 minutes of public comment. Like why is that such a big deal? I don't see why. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something because I don't understand why it's such a big deal to just say, yes, every workshop will have 20 minutes of public comment. I don't think that hamstrings us or makes us not collaborative or makes us not able to do our work. I think it's just maybe something comes up during our discussion that a member of the public says, hey, you know what? When you guys talked about this or this, like I would like you to look into this more. I don't know. I just think the 20-minute thing, I mean, for me, the 20 minutes is a compromise. I would say unlimited. I don't care. I'll stay here till 3 in the morning. If the public wants to talk, I think that's our job, is to listen to them. So for me, the 20 minutes is a compromise. I wish it was more than that, but I like that there's there's just a definitive nature of we will hear from you. There is an opportunity to talk to us at a public meeting, and not necessarily at the discretion of the chair. Thank you.
There is at all the other public meetings. Right. So if we want to hear from the public, if, like Councilor Reynolds said, we can't just get together. It's very complicated. We even have to have a mindfulness to have a holiday party, or if we all ended up at a restaurant at the same time. Like there are legal limitations. You know, one party can get together, but the second you add somebody that's of a different party, it messes it up. I'm just saying, I think it's helpful at the discretion of the chair, and there is an avenue. You could have appealed it. We could have appealed it. I have chaired meetings where I have solicited after a ruling that somebody in the public didn't like. I shut down public comment twice. And I looked around and said, does anybody want to appeal the decision of the chair? Nobody said anything.
I still have PTSD over that.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember, the incident you're referring to, however, was not a workshop.
Right.
It was an agenda item that wasn't going to be acted on.
Yeah, but what's the difference? It's a member of the public wanted, respectfully, I didn't mean that
Right.
snarky, I'm sorry.
No,
but, you know, what,
come on, don't worry about it.
but it's still a member of the public wanted to speak, and we
And at the
said
risk of bringing up something that
we
might
said
cause
no.
you guys to change more, that was different. All right. I'm going to take a vote on whether we add the 20-minute caveat, but you're talking about adding that to the language as it's been changed.
No, my motion was
right.
to say at any workshop, and then that change in place
Right.
of public comment is not mandatory, but may be allowed at the discretion of the chair.
Right, so you would say at any workshop, there will be a 20-minute public comment section at the end.
Yep, and then leave except as noted in 12B3.
Right. So that's what we're voting on, whether we make that change.
Yes.
Can we just get a roll on that? So I can hear from the folks at,
Allenton,
No.
okay?
Carmody,
Yes.
Fishbein. Laughlin,
No.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rivard,
Yes.
Versace,
Yes.
Tata,
Yes.
Testa.
All right,
All right.
No, you have to vote.
I know, yes. All right, looks like we changed it. So, what? You can't talk anymore. All right, yeah. All right, so for the record, the
One mattered, the other
the rules will be amended again. I just didn't like the sound of the way that was written.
Too late, we voted on it. It's done.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Well, we didn't, yeah, I
Hang the
guess.
gavel, the vote is over.
I know, right?
Do you want a motion to reconsider?
No, but what? The way it says at the end, and that just sounded really,
Oh, that's what it is.
right?
Or you could just not call workshops now, since that's more complicated.
probably gonna
Just
happen,
Have
but,
regular meetings.
No, all right, that's what it says.
It's too late, it's done.
Hold on, we're here, let's get this done so we don't do this again.
That has not stopped us before.
I know.
I move we adjourn.
Second,
Denied.
I motion to appeal the decision on the chair.
Denied.
You can't
I can do whatever I want.
deny
Denied.
that one. Exactly. It calls for a
Denied.
2/3 vote.
Hold on
Automatic
one
vote.
second, let me just hash this in my brain.
He's out of order.
A public comment. All right, that's fine. It'll work. We'll work out the language, and I'll share it with y'all because we still have to, whatever.
call the question.
Whatever. Okay. There being nothing else on the agenda, I call this meeting adjourned. Denied.
Bye, folks. Have a good one.